This is the story of the three little pigs. Once upon a time, there were three little pigs who lived in a broken-down cottage with their mother. As they were very poor, the three little pigs decided that it was none too early for them to go into the world and seek their fortunes. So the first little pig packed his favorite belongings, said goodbye to his mother, and set off. He hadn't gone far before he came to a fine road paved with stones.
"What a beautiful road," said the first little pig. "I believe I will walk down it and see what I can find."
After a while, the first little pig came upon a man carrying a bundle of straw.
"Good morning, sir," said the first little pig. "Please sell me that bundle of straw so that I can make myself a house."
"Certainly," said the man. So the first little pig gave the man all his money, and the man gave him the bundle of straw. The first little pig got right to work. He lashed the straw to a coil. Then he wound the coil round and round to build up the walls. Soon the first little pig had made himself a cozy little house of straw, and he was very pleased. But just as the first little pig was sitting down to his first supper in his new home, along came a big bad wolf. The wolf had been hunting in the woods all day without finding anything to eat, and he was very hungry. When he saw the little pig's house, he thought, "Now I have found my supper." The wolf knocked on the little pig's door and cried, "Little pig, let me in." The first little pig peered out the window. When he saw the big bad wolf, he said,
"No, indeed, I won't let you in. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin."
That made the wolf cross, so he growled in a very loud voice, "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down." But the first little pig still wouldn't let him in. So the big bad wolf huffed and puffed until the little house of straw came tumbling down. The first little pig had to run away as fast as he could, or the wolf would have surely eaten him up. Shortly afterward, the second little pig decided it was time for him to seek his fortune. So he said goodbye to his mother, and off he went. He soon came to a road that was freshly paved with gravel.
"What a nice new road," thought the second little pig. "I believe I will walk down it and see what I can find."
So he turned on to the new gravel road. Before long, the second little pig came upon a man carrying a big bundle of sticks.
"Good morning, sir," said the second little pig. "Please sell me that bundle of sticks so that I can build myself a house."
"Certainly," said the man. So the second little pig gave the man all his money. Then he took the bundle of sticks and got to work. The second little pig sawed the sticks neatly. Then he nailed them together. Before long, he had made himself a cozy little house of sticks. But no sooner had the second little pig finished putting on the front door than along came the big bad wolf. The wolf knocked loudly at the door and cried, little pig, let me in." When the second little pig peeked out of the window and saw the big bad wolf, he replied,
"No, indeed, I won't let you in. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin."
That made the wolf cross. So the wolf growled in a very loud voice, "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down." The second little pig was frightened, but he still wouldn't let the wolf in. So the big bad wolf began to huff and puff. He huffed, and he puffed, and he puffed, and he huffed. Before long, the big bad wolf blew down the second little pig's house of sticks right down to the ground. The second little pig had to run away as fast as he could, or the big bad wolf would surely have eaten him up. After a while, the third little pig decided it was time for him to go into the world and seek his fortune. So he packed his belongings and said goodbye to his mother. Then off he went. After a while, he came to a small dirt road.
"What a quiet little road,"
the third pig said to himself.
"I believe I shall go down it and see what I can find."
So the third little pig walked down the dirt road. Soon he came upon a man carrying a big load of bricks.
"Good morning, sir,"
said the third little pig.
Please sell me your load of bricks so I can build myself a house.
Certainly, said the man. So the third little pig gave the man all his money, and the man gave him the bricks. The third little pig mixed up some cement, and he carefully laid the bricks one on top of the other. Before long, the little pig had built himself a cozy, sturdy little house of bricks. No sooner had the third little pig gone inside than along came the big bad wolf. The wolf knocked on the door as loudly as he could and cried, "Little pig, let me in." But the third little pig had seen the big bad wolf coming, and so he replied,
No, indeed, I won't let you in. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin.
The wolf was very cross when he heard that, so he growled in a big voice, "Then I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down." Then the wolf huffed and puffed, and he puffed, and he huffed, and he huffed, and he puffed some more. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not blow down the little house of bricks. So the wolf climbed onto the roof and stuck his head down the chimney. "I am just poking my nose inside," he said.
As you like,
said the third little pig. "Now I am just putting my ears inside," said the wolf.
Fine with me,
said the third little pig. "Now I am just putting my paws inside," said the wolf.
Very well,
said the third little pig. "Now I am just putting my tail inside," said the wolf. And he fell down the third little pig's chimney. Suddenly, the wolf gave a terrible howl, for the clever little pig had set a big kettle of water to boil in the fireplace. The big bad wolf had to scramble back up the chimney as fast as he could, for otherwise he surely would have been boiled alive in the third little pig's big kettle. And so, the big bad wolf ran away, and the third little pig lived happily ever after in his cozy, sturdy little house of bricks. This is the story of the Little Mermaid. Deep in the blue, sparkling ocean, deeper than any human has ever gone, the Sea King lived with his subjects in a splendid palace made of rare seashells and pearls. Now, the Sea King had 6 beautiful mermaid daughters. The youngest one was the most beautiful, and she was much quieter and more thoughtful than her sisters. While her sisters enjoyed playing with silvery fish and making wreaths of colored seaweed, the youngest found no amusement in such games. She liked more than anything to hear of the world above the sea, and she often asked her grandmother what it was like. The little mermaid loved to hear how flowers on land had a fragrance, so different from those under the water, which had none. She was also delighted to learn that the fishes on land, for that's what grandmother called birds, sang beautiful songs. But best of all, she liked to hear about the human beings who lived in the world above the waves. When the daughters of the Sea King reached their 15th year, they were allowed to go to the surface of the water. But the little mermaid, being the youngest, watched all her sisters go before her. When the oldest sister came back, she spoke of the twinkling stars. The second described a beautiful sunset. The third saw a garden full of flowers. The fourth told about the vast blue sky. And the fifth was amazed by giant pale icebergs floating in the ocean. Yet, despite the wonderful sights above the water, all the little mermaid sisters agreed that the world beneath the waves was far more beautiful. "I shall have to see for myself," the little mermaid thought wistfully. "How I wish my turn would come." At last, the little mermaid's 15th birthday came, and up she went to the world above the waves. It was evening, and the sky sparkled with silver stars. A ship, lit with colored lanterns, sailed toward the little mermaid. The people on board were having a party. The little mermaid swam up and peered through the window of one of the cabins. Inside, she saw a handsome prince laughing and talking with his friends. He had just turned 16 years old, and the party was in honor of his birthday. The little mermaid fell in love with him at once.
If only he could see me, she thought. Perhaps he would love me too.
Just then the little mermaid saw that a terrible storm was blowing up. The waves began rising higher and higher, and the wind whistled. Soon the ship began to creak and groan. "We're going to sink!" the little mermaid heard one of the sailors yell. Finally, the ship began breaking apart, and everyone on board was cast into the water. At first, the little mermaid was glad, since now the handsome prince would be with her. Then she remembered that humans could not live underwater. "I must save him," the little mermaid thought. She dove again and again. At last, she found the prince deep beneath the waves. He was still alive. She pulled him to the surface. She held his head above the water, and they drifted all night. By dawn, the storm had passed, and the little mermaid saw a quiet beach. Just beyond the beach, a white church nestled on a hill. She swam to the shore while still holding the prince and dragged him onto the sand. She kissed him on the forehead, but he did not wake up. Then the church bell rang, and a group of young women ran out of the church door. The sound of their voices frightened the little mermaid, and she hid behind a rock. One of the young women ran onto the beach and up to the prince as he was opening his eyes. She was very beautiful, and the prince smiled at her. "You have saved my life," he said, for he did not know it was the little mermaid who had really saved him. Then the young woman helped the prince to his feet and led him away to the white church. The little mermaid sighed and swam under the waves back to her father's palace. When her sisters asked her what she had seen above the waves, she would not answer. But day and night she thought of the handsome prince, and she grew sad and pale. The little mermaid began to spend all her time roaming the world above the waves, looking for the prince. One day, she came to a beach where a large marble palace stood. To her joy, she saw the prince walking along the shore, for this palace was his. After that, the little mermaid came every day to secretly watch the prince. Her love for him grew, but she dared not show herself because her grandmother had told her that humans were afraid of mermaids.
They believe that everyone should have 2 of those props they call legs, her grandmother had said, and they think our tails are very ugly. Oh, if only I had legs, the little mermaid thought. Perhaps then I could make the prince love me.
Then the little mermaid decided to do a terrible thing. In the very depths of the ocean, there lived an ancient sea witch. She was wicked, but very powerful. So the little mermaid went to seek her advice. When the little mermaid entered the sea witch's cave, the sea witch stared at her and cackled.
"I know why you have come, foolish princess," she said. "I can give you legs, but it will not be easy for you. You will be as graceful as you are now, but each step you take will feel as if you are treading on sharp knives."
"I do not mind," replied the little mermaid, thinking only of the prince.
"There is more," the sea witch went on. "Once you have taken a human form, you will never be able to live with your family under the waves again. Moreover, if the prince does not love you in return and agree to marry you, you will perish. The morning after he marries another, your heart will break and you will be nothing. Only the foam on the waves."
The little mermaid turned pale.
"I will still do it," she said. but I must be paid," said the Sea Witch. "In return for giving you legs, I must have your voice."
The little mermaid faltered. Her voice was the loveliest of all the sea creatures, and far more beautiful than that of any mortal. "But how will I make the prince love me without my voice?" she cried.
"You are very lovely," said the witch. "Use that to charm him."
"Very well," said the little mermaid. So the little mermaid gave her voice to the Sea Witch, and in return, the Sea Witch gave her the magic potion that would make her legs. The little mermaid waited until night and sadly bid farewell to her sleeping father, grandmother, and sisters. Then she swam to the beach near the prince's palace and swallowed the Sea Witch's potion. She felt as if a sword had been passed through her, and she fainted. When she awoke, it was morning, and to her surprise, the prince was standing over her. The little mermaid looked down and saw that she had 2 pretty legs and dainty feet. "Who are you?" the prince asked, but the little mermaid could not answer. She was so lovely, and her blue eyes looked so sad that the prince took pity on her and led her to his palace. As the Sea Witch had promised, every step the little mermaid took was as painful as stepping on sharp knives, but she bore it bravely. The prince ordered his servants to dress her in fine robes. When this was done, the little mermaid was the most beautiful young woman in the palace. Yet she still could not utter a word, only stare at the prince with her sad blue eyes. "You poor creature," the prince said, "if only you could speak to me. You remind me of a girl I met once who saved my life when I almost drowned. She is the only woman I can ever love, but I shall never see her again. So will you stay with me instead?" When she heard that, the little mermaid's heart almost broke. She wished she could tell the prince that it was she who had saved his life, but she could not say a word. The prince made the little mermaid his closest companion. She did all she could to please him, but he spoke only of the one who had saved him. "I shall never see her again," he told the little mermaid, "but I am glad that you at least have been sent to me, my beautiful silent friend." Then the little mermaid danced for him, though it hurt her terribly. She danced so gracefully, the prince was enchanted, and said she must stay with him always. One day, the king announced that the prince must marry the daughter of the neighboring king. The prince told the little mermaid that he would never do so. "I cannot marry that princess when I love only the girl who saved me," he said. "I would rather marry you than anyone but her." Then he kissed the little mermaid on the cheek. The next day, the king prepared a ship to travel to the nearby kingdom. The little mermaid accompanied the prince on the journey. When the ship reached the shore, the neighboring king and the princess were there to greet them. When the prince saw the princess, he cried, "But she is the one who saved my life! All my wishes have come true!" As soon as he was on land, he ran to the princess, leaving the little mermaid standing alone. The princess was very beautiful, and her eyes were kind and gentle. The little mermaid stared at her. "She is lovely, and she seems good," the mermaid thought. "The prince loves her, for how can he know that it was I who saved his life and not she? So now I must prepare to die." The wedding of the prince and the princess was celebrated that very night. The prince asked the little mermaid to stand close to him during the wedding. "You must share in my happiness," he said. So the little mermaid held up the bride's veil and smiled, even though her heart was broken. "Tomorrow I must die," she thought. "I will never see my dear sisters or my father or grandmother again." And a tear rolled down her cheek. Late that night, the prince and his bride went to bed on the ship that was to carry them back to the prince's kingdom. Meanwhile, the little mermaid stood on the deck and gazed at the sea. Then she saw her sisters swimming toward her. Their beautiful long hair had all been cut off. The eldest one carried a sharp knife in her hand. They were all weeping as they called to the little mermaid. "Dear sister, we gave our hair to the sea witch in exchange for this knife. Before the sun rises, you must kill the prince with it. Then your legs will disappear and your tail will grow back. After that, you may come and live with us under the waves again." The little mermaid took the knife and went inside the ship to the prince's room. He lay there asleep beside his bride. When she saw him, tears came to the little mermaid's eyes, and she ran to the deck and flung the knife into the sea. Then, as the sun was rising, she threw herself into the water. She waited to die and become like the foam on the waves. But instead, she felt herself being lifted high into the air. "Where am I?" she cried. "You are with us, the spirits of the air," replied a host of musical voices. "Because of your good deed, little mermaid, you have been made one of us. You will not die. Instead, you will travel around the world, spreading peace and kindness, and you will live with us forever." The little mermaid felt full of joy. Looking down, she saw the prince gazing sadly into the water as if he were looking for her. She flew down to him and whispered, "Do not be sad. All is well." As the prince's face grew peaceful again, the little mermaid joined hands with the other spirits of the air and rose into the clouds. This is the story of the Frog Prince. One sunny day, a beautiful princess went for a walk in the woods. After a time, she came upon a cool well and sat down beside it to rest. Then, to amuse herself, she began tossing a golden ball in the air and catching it. This golden ball was the princess's favorite toy, and she often passed her time happily playing this game. The princess tossed the ball higher and higher in the air. Finally, she tossed it so high that when it came down again, it bounced out of her hands. It rolled away and fell into the well with a loud splash. The princess sprang to her feet and peered down the well to look for her ball. But the well was very deep, so deep she could not see the bottom. The princess began to cry. "How I wish I could get my golden ball back," she sobbed. "I am sure I will never have another one like it." The more she thought about her ball, the harder she cried. And the harder she cried, the louder her sobs grew. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, "Princess, why are you crying so?" The princess lifted her head and looked around to see who was speaking. But all she saw was a large, ugly frog sitting beside the well. "Princess, tell me why you are crying," the frog asked again. "Oh," said the princess. She was a little surprised, for she did not know frogs could talk. "It's only you speaking, old frog. It's no good telling you about it, since you can't possibly help me. I've lost my beautiful golden ball down the well, and I'm sure that I shall never get it back again." With that, the princess began to cry, even more bitterly than before. "Please stop crying, princess," said the frog. "I can get your ball back for you. But what will you give me in return?" "Well," said the princess, drying her tears, "I will give you my fine silk scarf, or my pearl necklace, or my diamond earrings, or even my ruby and emerald crown. You may have whatever you like, dear frog, only please get me back my golden ball." The frog replied that he had no use for the princess's clothes or jewels or anything else that belonged to her. "I ask only this, dear princess," he said, "that you will let me be your friend and live with you a while.
I wish to eat with you from your little golden plate and sleep beside you in your little golden bed. If you promise all this, then I will get your golden ball back for you." "How can a frog who swims in a well and croaks all day possibly come and live with me?" the princess thought to herself. "The frog is just being silly. Everyone knows frogs don't eat from plates or sleep in real beds." So the princess said to the frog, "I'll promise whatever you like, only please bring back my golden ball." At that, the frog jumped into the well and swam deep into the cool water. When he came up, he had the ball in his mouth. He climbed out of the well and dropped the ball at the princess's feet. "My ball!" she cried happily. Then she picked up the beautiful golden ball and went running off without even saying thank you to the frog. "Wait! Wait for me!" he croaked, hopping after her. "You promised you would take me with you. I'm too small to keep up with you. Wait!" But the princess did not wait. Instead, she ran home and quickly forgot all about the wet, ugly frog. The next day, as the princess sat down to dinner with the king and the rest of the court, she heard a strange noise outside. Flip, flap, flip, flap, flip, flap, it went, as if someone were flopping up the palace steps. Then there came a soft knocking at the door, and a voice implored, "Open the door, princess dear, your true friend is waiting here. Remember what you promised me by the cool, well-watered deep?" The princess got up and ran to open the door. She was most surprised to see the frog sitting on the doorstep, and she blushed. She slammed the door and ran back to the table and sat down. The king looked curiously at his daughter. "You seem flushed," he said to her. "Who was that at the door? A horrible witch or a wicked dragon or a mean giant?" The princess sighed. "Oh no, father, of course not," she said. "It was only a stupid, nasty frog. You see, I was playing with my golden ball in the woods yesterday when it fell down a deep well. The frog said he'd get the ball back for me if I promised to be his friend and let him live here with me. So I did. Father, I never thought he'd really come, but now here he is." No sooner were these words out of the princess's mouth than the frog knocked on the door again. Then he called out, "Open the door, princess dear. Your true friend is waiting here. Remember what you promised me by the cool, well-watered deep." The princess clapped her hands over her ears so as not to hear the frog. The king looked sternly at her and said, "You gave your promise, and now you must keep your word. Go and let the frog in." The princess made a face. "Yes, father," she said in a small voice, and she went to the door and opened it. The frog hopped through the door and happily followed the princess to the table. Splish, splash, splish, splash, splish, splash went his green webbed feet. The princess did not like the frog one bit. She sat down again to eat her dinner, but just as she was lifting her golden fork, the frog called out, "Lift me up beside you. I want to eat too." The princess pretended not to hear. Then the king said, "Go on, lift him up. Remember what you promised." "Yes, father," said the princess in a very small voice, and she set the frog beside her. The frog asked her to push her plate closer so he could eat from it too. The princess did so, but it was plain that she was not happy about it. The frog tasted everything on her plate and seemed to enjoy the meal very much, but the princess hardly ate anything at all. When the meal was over, the frog said, "Now I am tired. Please take me to your room and let me sleep in your little golden bed." The princess scowled. "No, I won't," she began, but then she caught her father's eye, and she sighed loudly. "Very well," she said in a small voice. "Come with me." Then the princess picked up the wet, nasty frog and climbed slowly up the stairs to her room. She set the frog down in the corner and climbed into bed. Soon the frog hopped over to her.
"I'm tired," he croaked, "and I want to sleep in a comfortable bed, just like you." The princess put her pillow over her head so she wouldn't have to listen. "If you don't lift me up onto the bed right now," said the frog, "I'll go and tell your father." The princess sighed and pushed aside the pillow. She picked up the frog in her fingers and placed him on her pillow, and there the frog slept all that night. As soon as the sun rose, the frog woke up. Then he hopped out of the princess's bedroom and down the stairs and through the palace door. He did not come back all day, which was a relief to the princess. When dinner time came, she looked around anxiously for the frog, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Thank goodness," thought the princess, "I won't be troubled by that ugly, nasty frog anymore." But that night, as the princess was about to go to sleep, there was a knocking at her door. She opened it, and there was the frog. The princess was not pleased, but she picked the frog up and laid him on her pillow without another word, and there he slept all night long. The next morning, the frog left. "Good," thought the princess. "I only hope I never set eyes on that dreadful frog again." But secretly, she did not hate the frog nearly as much as she had at first. Indeed, she almost felt sorry for the creature. The frog did not appear all that day, nor did he show up at the dinner table. But that night, just as the princess was about to climb into bed, the frog knocked at her door. She picked him up and laid him on her pillow, and he fell asleep there. The next morning, when the princess opened her eyes, the frog was nowhere to be seen. Instead, to her astonishment, a handsome prince was standing at the foot of her bed and looking at her with a charming smile. "Who are you?" the princess asked, looking around in bewilderment. "And where is the frog?" "I am the frog," the prince replied. The prince then told the princess that a wicked witch had put a spell on him and changed him into an ugly frog. She had sworn that he would remain in this form forever, unless a princess took him from the well and let him sleep on her pillow for 3 nights. "You have broken the witch's cruel spell," the prince said, "and now I wish to marry you and take you with me to my kingdom. I promise that I will always love you. Marry me, and I will do all I can to make you happy." The princess smiled and gave the prince her hand. "Very well," she said. "I will marry you, my frog prince." When the happy couple told the princess's father what had happened, the king was overjoyed and ordered their marriage to be celebrated that very day. Afterward, the princess and her frog prince set out for his kingdom. As he had promised, the frog prince always loved his princess and treated her kindly, and the two of them lived happily ever after. This is the story of Little Red Riding Hood. There once lived a girl whose name was Little Red Riding Hood. She was called that because she always wore a red velvet cloak and hood that her grandmother had made for her. Now her grandmother had been feeling ill, and one day Little Red Riding Hood's mother said to her, "I want you to take this basket of cakes and honey to Granny." "Now go straight to Granny's," her mother told her, "and be sure you don't speak to any strangers on the way. And whatever you do, don't stray from the path." Little Red Riding Hood promised to do as she was told. Her grandmother lived on the other side of a great forest, so Little Red Riding Hood went skipping quickly down the path with her basket under her arm. She had not gone far when she met a big wolf. "Good morning, Little Red Riding Hood," said the wolf. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Little Red Riding Hood did not know what a wicked creature the wolf was, so she replied politely, "I am going to see my grandmother. She has been ill, and I'm bringing her this basket of cakes and honey." "How nice," said the wolf, but to himself he thought, "What good luck. If I'm clever, I can have both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother for supper." Then he smiled at Little Red Riding Hood and said, "How lovely the woods look today. What a pity you have to rush on such a beautiful morning." Little Red Riding Hood looked around. Sunbeams were dancing in the trees, and bright flowers were waving their heads in the breeze. "I'm sure Grandmother would love a bouquet of flowers," she thought. "It's so early that surely I can stop for just a few minutes and pick some." So Little Red Riding Hood left the path and skipped into the woods to pick flowers. Meanwhile, the wolf ran as fast as he could to Grandmother's house. When the wolf reached Grandmother's house, he knocked on the door.
"Who's there?"
called Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother.
"It is I, Little Red Riding Hood,"
said the wolf, disguising his voice.
"I've brought you a basket of cakes and honey."
"I'm too sick to get out of bed," Grandmother replied. "But the door is open, Little Red Riding Hood. Just let yourself in and come up to my bedroom."
So the wicked wolf pushed open the door, came inside, and climbed the stairs to Grandmother's bedroom. Then he went to Grandmother's bed and gobbled up the old woman. Then the wicked wolf pulled one of Grandmother's flannel nightgowns over his head, even though it was much too small for him. Next, he put on Grandmother's warm woolen dressing gown. He even took Grandmother's spectacles and stuck them on the end of his long nose. Then the wolf looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't look anything like Grandmother, and his long ears were showing. So the wolf put on Grandmother's lace nightcap to try to hide them. Then he climbed into Grandmother's bed, drew the covers over his nose, and settled back to wait for Little Red Riding Hood. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood was still in the woods, picking flowers. Every time she picked one, she seemed to see a prettier one just a little ways off, and so she strayed farther and farther from the path. When she had picked so many flowers that she could not hold even one more, she returned to the path and headed again for Grandmother's house. When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to find the door open.
"Hello," she called. "Grandmother, it's me."
"Just come in,"
came Grandmother's voice.
"I'm too ill to get out of bed."
How strange her grandmother's voice sounded.
"She must be very ill,"
thought Little Red Riding Hood. So the little girl ran up the stairs to her grandmother's bedroom. Little Red Riding Hood stood beside her grandmother's bed. How strange her grandmother looked.
"Why, Grandmother," she said, "what big ears you have."
"All the better to hear you with, my dear," said the wolf.
"But, Grandmother, what big eyes you have,"
said Little Red Riding Hood.
"All the better to see you with, my dear,"
said the wolf.
"But, Grandmother, what big hands you have,"
said Little Red Riding Hood.
"All the better to hug you with, my dear,"
said the wolf.
"But, Grandmother," said Little Red Riding Hood, "what big teeth you have."
"All the better to eat you with, my dear,"
said the wolf, and with that the wicked wolf jumped out of the bed and opened his jaws wide.
"Why, you're not my grandmother!"
cried Little Red Riding Hood.
"No, I'm not," said the wolf, "and I'm going to eat you up."
Then the wolf snapped at Little Red Riding Hood and swallowed her in a single gulp. After that, the wolf felt full. He rubbed his belly contentedly. "That was a good meal," he said, and then he started to yawn. "Now I could do with a nap." So the wolf climbed back into Grandmother's bed. Then he pulled the covers over his head and closed his eyes. Soon the wolf was fast asleep, and he began to snore very loudly. He snored so loudly that all the windows in Grandmother's house rattled. Toward evening, a huntsman came walking by and heard the wolf snoring. "That is strange," he thought to himself. "The old woman is snoring awfully loudly. I wonder if she's all right." So the huntsman walked up to Grandmother's house. To his great surprise, the door was wide open. "Hello, hello," called the huntsman. "Is anybody home?" But there was no answer. The wicked wolf was sleeping too soundly to hear the huntsman. "I'll just go in and make sure everything is all right," the huntsman thought. So he went inside and tiptoed up the stairs. As he climbed the stairs, the snoring grew louder and louder. The huntsman followed the snoring all the way to Grandmother's bed. The huntsman looked at Grandmother's bed and saw the wolf lying fast asleep. "Aha!" said the huntsman. "So it is you who is snoring so loudly, you rascal! I've been hunting for you for a long time, and now it looks as if I've got you." The huntsman raised his gun and was about to shoot the wolf when it occurred to him that the wolf might have eaten the old woman. So the huntsman took a knife and cut open the wolf. Out stepped Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. They were both happy to be saved. Then the huntsman filled the wolf's stomach with heavy stones and sewed it up. When the wolf awoke and saw the huntsman, he tried to run away, but the stones were so heavy that he fell down dead. Then the huntsman, Little Red Riding Hood, and grandmother ate all the delicious cakes and honey that Little Red Riding Hood had brought. Soon grandmother was feeling well again, and Little Red Riding Hood started home. When she returned, Little Red Riding Hood told her mother everything that had happened.
Never again will I speak to strangers or stray from the path when you have told me not to,
she said. Her mother hugged her tight. "I'm sure you won't," she said, and Little Red Riding Hood never did. This is the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears who lived in a cottage in the woods. There was a great big Papa Bear, a medium-sized Mama Bear, and a little tiny Baby Bear. One morning, the 3 bears cooked themselves some porridge for breakfast. Then, as the porridge was much too hot to eat, they went for a walk in the woods while it cooled. No sooner had they gone than along came a little girl named Goldilocks. Goldilocks had been playing in the woods and had gotten lost. When she saw the 3 bears' cottage, her eyes lit up.
What a pretty little cottage, she said to herself. I wonder who lives there.
So Goldilocks went up to the cottage and knocked on the door. She waited quite a long time, but there was no answer. Goldilocks walked around to the side of the cottage. She stood on her tiptoes, pressed her face to the window, and peered in. She could not see anyone. She stood still and listened carefully, but she could hear no one. So she hurried back to the front door, turned the knob, and walked in. The first thing Goldilocks saw was a table set with 3 bowls of porridge. There was a great big bowl for Papa Bear, a medium-sized bowl for Mama Bear, and a little tiny bowl for Baby Bear. Now Goldilocks was very fond of porridge, and her walk had made her hungry, so she took a taste of the porridge in the great big bowl. But that porridge was much too hot. "Ouch!" cried Goldilocks, dropping the spoon. Next, Goldilocks took a taste of the porridge in the medium-sized bowl. But that porridge was much too cold.
How nasty,
said Goldilocks, making a horrible face. Then she took a taste of the porridge in the little tiny bowl. That porridge was just right.
Said Goldilocks with a smile. This porridge is very tasty.
Then she took another spoonful, and another, and another. And before Goldilocks knew what she was doing, she had eaten Baby Bear's porridge all up. Then Goldilocks saw 3 chairs set before the fireplace. There was a great big chair that belonged to Papa Bear, a medium-sized chair that belonged to Mama Bear, and a little tiny chair that belonged to Baby Bear. Goldilocks climbed into Papa Bear's great big chair.
Ouch!
she cried, jumping down at once.
That chair is much too hard.
Next, Goldilocks climbed into Mama Bear's medium-sized chair.
Oh,
she cried as she sank down into the cushions.
This chair is much too soft.
Then Goldilocks climbed into Baby Bear's little tiny chair.
Oh,
She said, and she smiled and leaned back.
this chair is just right.
But just as Goldilocks was beginning to feel comfortable, down she tumbled with a crash.
Oh, dear!
Cried Goldilocks, for Baby Bear's little tiny chair was broken into 1,000 pieces. Next, Goldilocks climbed the stairs to the three bears' bedroom. There she saw 3 beds all in a row. There was a great big bed for Papa Bear, a medium-sized bed for Mama Bear, and a little tiny bed for Baby Bear. First, Goldilocks climbed into Papa Bear's great big bed and pulled down the covers. But she jumped down right away.
Oh, no, Goldilocks said. That bed is much too hard.
Then she climbed into Mama Bear's medium-sized bed.
Oh, dear,
Said Goldilocks, wrinkling her nose.
this bed is much too soft.
Then Goldilocks went to Baby Bear's little tiny bed, pulled down the covers, and climbed in. That bed was just right. Goldilocks closed her eyes, and soon she was fast asleep. Then the 3 bears returned from their walk. They were very hungry and were looking forward to a breakfast of delicious porridge. As soon as they came inside, the 3 bears washed their hands and sat down at the table. Papa Bear stared down at his great big bowl. Then he said in his great big voice, "Someone has been eating my porridge." Mama Bear looked down at her bowl.
Oh, dear,
She said in her medium-sized voice, "Someone has been eating my porridge." Then Baby Bear looked down at his little tiny bowl.
someone has been eating my porridge,
He cried in his little tiny voice.
and they've eaten it all up.
Then the 3 bears walked to their 3 chairs that were set before the fireplace. Just as Papa Bear was about to sit down in his great big chair, he growled in his great big voice, "Someone has been sitting in my chair." And just as Mama Bear was about to sit down in her medium-sized chair, she cried out in her medium-sized voice, "Someone has been sitting in my chair." Baby Bear looked down at his little tiny chair.
Someone has been sitting in my chair,
He cried in his little tiny voice.
and they've broken it into 1,000 pieces.
Next, the 3 bears went upstairs to the bedroom. Papa Bear looked at his great big bed and saw that the covers had been pulled down. Then he frowned and growled in his great big voice, "Someone has been sleeping in my bed." Then Mama Bear looked at her medium-sized bed and saw that the pillows had been scattered about.
And someone has been sleeping in my bed.
Mama Bear cried in her medium-sized voice. Baby Bear looked at his little tiny bed.
And someone has been sleeping in my bed,
He cried in his little tiny voice.
and here she is.
When Goldilocks heard Baby Bear's little tiny voice, she awoke with a start. She looked up and saw the 3 bears standing around her. Goldilocks was so frightened that she leaped out of bed, raced down the stairs, and dashed out the door of the 3 bears' cottage. And she didn't stop running until she was all the way home. Then the 3 bears fixed themselves another breakfast of hot porridge, and they never saw Goldilocks again. This is the story of Thumbelina. There once lived a couple who longed to have a child, but their wish did not come true. At last, the woman went to a fairy and asked for her help. The fairy gave her a seed and said, "Plant this in a flower pot and water it carefully." Soon a beautiful flower sprang up. It looked like a tulip, with its petals tightly closed. "How lovely," said the woman, kissing the flower. As she did so, the petals opened. Inside sat a tiny, graceful girl, no bigger than the woman's thumb. The woman was overjoyed. She and her husband named the child Thumbelina. Thumbelina's cradle was a walnut shell. She had a pillow of violets and a quilt of rose petals. At night, her cradle sat on the windowsill. During the day, the woman kept a bowl filled with water on the table. Thumbelina amused herself by rowing around the bowl in a boat made of a large tulip petal. She used 2 white horsehairs for oars. As she rowed, she sang in the tiniest, prettiest voice imaginable. One night, a big, ugly toad hopped through the window. When the toad saw Thumbelina asleep in her cradle, she cried,
She would make the perfect wife for my son.
The ugly toad snatched the cradle with Thumbelina inside and carried it to her home in the swamp. The toad set Thumbelina on a large lily pad in the middle of the water, so she could not escape. Then she went to fetch her son, who was even bigger and uglier than she was. When the toad was gone, Thumbelina woke up. When she saw where she was, she began to cry and wonder how she would ever get home again. Some fish, swimming below, heard Thumbelina's cries. When the fish saw how pretty Thumbelina was, they felt sorry for her. "We must set her free," they said, "so she does not have to marry the toad's son." The little fish began to bite at the stem of the lily pad. Before long, they had gnawed through it, and the lily pad floated away. Just then, the toad returned with her son.
Stop!
The son called after Thumbelina.
Where are you going? You are to be my wife and live with me here in the swamp.
But it was too late. Thumbelina was already floating downstream. Thumbelina went a long way, past wide green fields and deep shady woods. Birds and butterflies stopped to say hello to her, and she felt very happy. Suddenly, a big brown beetle swooped down and seized Thumbelina in his claws. "How pretty you are," he said. "I shall make you my wife." How frightened Thumbelina was, but there was nothing she could do. The beetle sat her on the branch of a tall tree to show her to the other beetles. But they did not think Thumbelina was pretty at all. "How ugly she is," they sneered, turning up their feelers. "Her waist is so slim, and she has only 2 legs. She looks horrible." After that, the beetle decided he didn't want Thumbelina for a wife after all. So he flew her down from the tree and set her on a daisy. Thumbelina was very sad, since she felt the beetles were right. She did not know that she was really very lovely. All summer, Thumbelina lived in the forest. She wove herself a bed of grass and hung it under a large leaf to shelter herself from the rain. She drank the morning dew and ate nectar from the flowers. She was perfectly content until autumn came, and then winter. First, the leaf Thumbelina lived under died and shriveled. Now she had no shelter from the wind and rain. There was no longer any food to eat either. Then it began to snow, and Thumbelina almost froze to death. So she went looking for food and shelter. She walked until she came to a large cornfield. The corn stalks had been cut long before. Nothing was left but the stubble, which to Thumbelina seemed as tall as a great forest. At last, she found the home of a field mouse. She knocked timidly on the door. When the field mouse answered, Thumbelina said shyly, "Please, can you spare a grain of barley?" The field mouse, who was a kind thing, replied, "Of course. Come in, you dear little creature." She led Thumbelina inside and fed her. The field mouse's home was very comfortable, and her cupboards were full of the food she had stored for winter. So she told Thumbelina,
If you will keep my house tidy for me and tell me some good stories, you may stay with me all winter if you like.
"Yes, please," cried Thumbelina. And so she did all that the field mouse asked, and in return she was kept warm and well fed. One day the field mouse said,
Listen, Thumbelina, my neighbor is coming to pay us a visit tomorrow. He is much richer than I, and he wears a beautiful black velvet coat. Oh, he is a very clever man, but he is blind, so be sure to tell him your very best stories.
"Of course," said Thumbelina, but she was not very excited about the visitor, for he was a mole. The mole came the next day wearing his black velvet coat. Even though he was very rich and probably very learned as well, Thumbelina did not like him. He said dreadful things about the sun and the flowers and birds, yet he'd never seen them. Nevertheless, Thumbelina told him her best stories and sang him all the songs she knew. She had such a lovely voice that the mole fell in love with her. However, he did not say anything because he was very cautious. Instead, he invited Thumbelina and the field mouse to pay him a visit. So the three set out through a tunnel the mole had recently dug between his home and that of the field mouse.
Now please watch your step, the mole told them. It's quite dark here, and there is a dead bird farther down the tunnel, but don't let that alarm you.
When they came to the dead bird, the mole accidentally pushed his nose through the roof of the tunnel. The sun came shining through, and Thumbelina clearly saw the bird. He was a swallow, and he did not look as if he had been dead for long. Poor bird, Thumbelina thought sadly. He must have died of the cold. The mole pushed the bird aside roughly. "Useless creatures, birds," he said gruffly. Thumbelina said nothing, but when the mole and the field mouse had gone ahead, she bent over and kissed the bird. "Perhaps you were one of the birds that sang to me all summer," she said. "How nice it was to hear your sweet music." After the mole showed them his house and gave them tea, he led them home again. Then he repaired the hole so no sunlight or cold could enter. But that night, Thumbelina could not sleep. She kept thinking of the poor swallow in the tunnel. At last, she crept from her bed and wove a blanket out of hay. She took it into the tunnel and laid it gently over the swallow. Thumbelina sadly laid her head on the bird's breast. When she did, she heard a sound. It was the beating of the swallow's heart. He was not dead, only numb with cold. Thumbelina was afraid. The swallow was much bigger than she, but she bravely wrapped the blanket more tightly around him. Then she tiptoed away. The next day, she slipped away to visit the swallow again. He was awake now, but very weak. So Thumbelina brought him water and honey, and all through the long cold winter, she carefully nursed the swallow back to health. She told the field mouse and the mole nothing of this, for they did not think much of birds. At last, spring came. The swallow was now well enough to fly away. Thumbelina reopened the hole in the roof of the tunnel for him. "Why don't you come with me?" the swallow asked Thumbelina. "I can take you to warm, beautiful places." Thumbelina dearly wished she could go with the swallow, but she shook her head. "The field mouse has been very kind to me," she said. "I cannot just leave her." "Very well," said the swallow. "Farewell, kind maiden. I hope I see you again." And with that, the swallow flew away. Tears filled Thumbelina's eyes. She was very fond of the swallow and would miss him so much. Spring passed, then summer. Thumbelina worked for the field mouse, who treated her kindly, but hardly ever let her go outside into the beautiful sunshine. One day, as autumn was coming, the field mouse said to her,
I have good news, dear Thumbelina. The mole has asked for your hand in marriage. We must work to get your wedding clothes ready.
But I don't want to marry the mole, cried Thumbelina, bursting into tears at the thought of living with him in his dark, underground tunnel, far from the bright sun and all the lovely flowers.
Don't be silly, the field mouse said crossly. The mole is handsome and rich. He will make you an excellent husband. Marry him or I will bite you.
The field mouse told Thumbelina the wedding would take place in a month. 4 spiders spun the wedding veil while Thumbelina sewed her tiny wedding gown. As the wedding day drew near, Thumbelina became sadder and sadder. How dreadful it would be to always live in the darkness. Would she ever see the blue sky or the bright sun again? Would she ever hear a bird sing? The day before the wedding, Thumbelina begged the field mouse to let her go outside one last time. At last, the field mouse gave her permission. Thumbelina slipped out the door and stared longingly at the bright sky. "Farewell, beautiful sun," she cried, stretching out her arms. "Farewell, sweet flowers. Please say hello to my dear swallow for me, if you ever see him again." Just then, Thumbelina heard a tweet, tweet, above her head, and there was the swallow himself. He was flying south for winter, and he had come to say goodbye to Thumbelina before he went. Thumbelina began to cry. She told him how she was to marry the mole the next day. "Oh, no," cried the swallow. "Come with me instead. I will fly you to beautiful lands where the sun always shines and flowers always bloom." "Oh, yes," Thumbelina said. "I will go with you," for she could not bear to marry the mole. Quickly she climbed on the swallow's back. Then the bird spread his wings, and he and Thumbelina flew away. They flew over tall pine forests and snow-covered mountain peaks to warm countries where the grass is always green and orange and lemon trees grow. After several days, they came to a clear blue lake. An ancient palace of white marble stood beside it. In the garden lay a marble pillar broken into 3 pieces. Large, beautiful flowers were growing among the pieces of pillar. The swallow placed Thumbelina beside the most beautiful flower. "I think you will be happy here," he told her. Just then, the petals opened. Inside was a tiny man with shining gossamer wings. He was the fairy of that flower and king of all the flower fairies. He was just Thumbelina's size, and he fell in love with her at once. "Will you be my wife?" he asked. Thumbelina smiled, for he was nothing like the horrible mole. "Yes," she said happily. At that, all the flowers opened, and each flower fairy gave Thumbelina a gift. The best gift of all was a pair of tiny gossamer wings. Now Thumbelina would be able to fly and flit from flower to flower. At Thumbelina's wedding to the fairy king, the swallow sang a special wedding song. Then it was time for him to fly back north. As he went, he sang of Thumbelina, and that is how we came to hear her story. These are classic poems for children. The Little Land by Robert Louis Stevenson. When at home, alone I sit, and am very tired of it. I have just to shut my eyes, to go sailing through the skies, to go sailing far away, to the pleasant land of play, to the fairyland afar, where the little people are, where the clover tops are trees, and the rain pools are the seas, and the leaves, like little ships, sail about on tiny trips. There Was an Old Man by Edward Lear. There was an old man with a beard who said, "It is just as I feared. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren have all built their nests in my beard." The Owl. Anonymous. There was an old owl who lived in an oak. The more he heard, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why aren't we like that wise old bird? Did you ever go fishing? Anonymous. Did you ever go fishing on a bright sunny day? Sit on a fence and have the fence give way? Slide off the fence and rip your pants and see the little fishes do the hoochie-coochie dance? Duck's Ditty by Kenneth Grahame. All along the backwater, through the rushes tall, ducks are a-dabblin', up tails all. Ducks' tails, drakes' tails, yellow feet a-quiver, yellow bills, out of sight, busy in the river. The Cow by Robert Louis Stevenson. The friendly cow, all red and white, I love with all my heart. She gives me cream with all her might to eat with apple tart. If you see a fairy ring. Anonymous. If you see a fairy ring in a field of grass, very lightly step around, tiptoe as you pass. Last night fairies frolicked there, and they're sleeping somewhere near. If you see a tiny fairy lying fast asleep, shut your eyes and run away. Do not stay to peep. And be sure you never tell, or you'll break a fairy spell. Time to Rise by Robert Louis Stevenson. A birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon the windowsill, cocked his shining eye and said, "Ain't you shamed, you sleepyhead?" Now the Day is Over by Sabine Baring Gould. Now the day is over, night is drawing nigh, shadows of the evening steal across the sky. Now the darkness gathers, stars begin to peep, birds and beasts and flowers soon will be asleep. My Shadow by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me, and what can be the use of him is more than I can see. He is very, very like me from the heels up to the head, and I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Anonymous. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. I see the moon. Anonymous. I see the moon, and the moon sees me. God bless the moon, and God bless me. A Child's Thought by Robert Louis Stevenson. At 7, when I go to bed, I find such pictures in my head. Castles with dragons prowling round, gardens where magic fruits are found, fair ladies prisoned in a tower or lost in an enchanted bower, while gallant horsemen ride by streams that border all this land of dreams. I find so clearly in my head at 7 when I go to bed. The Little Moon by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The night is come, but not too soon, and sinking silently, all silently, the little moon drops down behind the sky. The firefly lights his lamp. Anonymous. Although the night is damp, The little firefly ventures out and slowly lights his lamp. What is Pink? By Christina Rossetti. What is pink? A rose is pink by the fountain's brink. What is red? A poppy's red in its barley bed. What is blue? The sky is blue where the clouds float through. What is white? A swan is white, sailing in the light. What is yellow? Pears are yellow, rich and ripe and mellow. What is green? The grass is green, with small flowers between. What is violet? Clouds are violet in the summer twilight. What is orange? Why, an orange. Just an orange. Pippa's Song by Robert Browning. The year's at the spring, and days at the morn. Mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. 4 Seasons, Anonymous. Spring is showery, flowery, bowery. Summer, hoppy, choppy, poppy. Autumn, wheezy, sneezy, freezy. Winter, slippy, drippy, nippy. Caterpillar by Christina Rossetti. Brown and furry caterpillar, in a hurry, take your walk to the shady leaf or stalk, or what-not, which may be the chosen spot. No toad spy you, hovering bird of prey pass by you. Spin and die, to live again, a butterfly. Who has seen the wind? By Christina Rossetti. Who has seen the wind? Neither I nor you. But when the leaves hang trembling, the wind is passing through. Who has seen the wind? Neither you nor I. But when the leaves bow down their heads, the wind is passing by. The Wind by Robert Louis Stevenson. I saw you toss the kites on high and blow the birds about the sky, and all around I heard you pass, like ladies' skirts across the grass. O wind, a-blowing all day long, O wind, that sings so loud a song. Rain by Robert Louis Stevenson. The rain is raining all around. It falls on field and tree. It rains on the umbrellas here and on the ships at sea. White coral bells, Anonymous. White coral bells upon a slender stalk. Lilies of the valley deck my garden walk. Oh, don't you wish that you could hear them ring? That can happen only when the fairies sing. The Rainbow by Christina Rossetti. There are bridges on the rivers, as pretty as you please. But the bow that bridges heaven and overtops the trees and builds a road from earth to sky is prettier far than these. Sweet and Low by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Sweet and low, wind of the western sea. Low, low, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea. Over the rolling waters go, come from the dying moon and blow, blow him again to me, while my little one, while my pretty one sleeps. The Sea, Anonymous. Behold the wonders of the mighty deep, where crabs and lobsters learn to creep, and little fishes learn to swim, and clumsy sailors tumble in. At the Seaside by Robert Louis Stevenson. When I was down beside the sea, a wooden spade they gave to me to dig the sandy shore. My holes were empty like a cup. In every hole the sea came up, till it could come no more. Happy Thought by Robert Louis Stevenson. The world is so full of a number of things, I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings. The Swing by Robert Louis Stevenson. How do you like to go up in a swing, up in the air so blue? Oh, I do think it the pleasantest thing ever a child can do. Grasshoppers 3, Anonymous. Grasshoppers 3 a-fiddling went, hey-ho, never be still. They paid no money toward their rent, but all day long with elbow bent, they fiddled a tune called Rillaby-Rill, fiddled a tune called Rillaby-Ree. 3 ghostesses, Anonymous. 3 little ghostesses, sitting on postesses, eating buttered toastesses, greasing their fistuses up to their wristuses. Oh, what beastuses to make such feastuses. A Wee Little Worm by James Whitcomb Riley. A wee little worm in a hickory nut sang, happy as he could be. Oh, I live in the heart of the whole round world, and it all belongs to me. Hurt No Living Thing by Christina Rossetti. Hurt no living thing, ladybird nor butterfly, nor moth with dusty wing, nor cricket chirping cheerily, nor grasshopper so light of leap, nor dancing gnat, nor beetle fat, nor harmless worms that creep. This is the story of the Easter Bunny. This is a tale about a tale, which may sound rather funny, but here is how 3 rabbits set out to find the Easter Bunny. The little rabbits were munching on grass around a tall oak tree. Daisy, Dandy, and Fluff were friends, but they simply could not agree.
The Easter Bunny lives in a tree trunk. No, a burrow lined all in gold. And he wears a silk vest, only the best. That's not what I was told.
Their chatting and squabbling grew quite loud until all of the forest cried, "Stop!" "But I've always wondered," admitted the deer, "does he fly or does he hop?" Such questions baffled the creatures and set the forest astir. "Who has seen him?" inquired the owl. No one could say for sure. Now the day was cold and dreary, though buds were on the trees. Snow had long since melted, yet winter chilled the breeze. Just thinking of the Easter Bunny made them dream of spring, of fuzzy chicks and soft warm grass, and the pretty eggs he'd bring.
We've got to find him,
Daisy said, hippity-hopping round the tree.
Hey, I'll join you,
Dandy called, as Fluff cried, "Wait for me!" Through the forest sped the word, by song and growl and coo, that 3 young rabbits were on the hunt for the mysterious you-know-who. For days they wandered through the woods. They searched near and far beyond. They followed paths and forged ahead until they spied a pond. They scampered toward the water, hopping a mossy log, when suddenly before them appeared a giant frog. He said, "To catch the Easter Bunny as he hops along his trail, take this magic shaker of salt and shake some on his tail." The rabbits were very weary, but with the shaker in Fluff's hand, they felt certain any minute they'd find Easter Bunny land. But what do you think happened to our trusty rabbits 3? They sank down on some soft green grass and fell asleep beneath a tree. In the warm and dewy morn, when they opened up their eyes, Dandy, Fluff, and Daisy were in for a surprise. Spring had sprung upon the forest, all leaves and daffodils. Blue sky peeked through the branches. Birds warbled their new trills. And before the wakening threesome sat 3 baskets, all abrim with colored eggs and candies, and bedecked in golden trim. Now listen closely, children. This isn't quite the end. Beside the baskets lay a note signed, "From your long-eared friend." "Oh, you may search for magic," said the note, "over hill and vale, but catching it is just as hard as shaking salt upon my tail."
This is the story of Snow White.
"Oh, you may search for magic," said the note, "over hill and vale, but catching it is just as hard as shaking salt upon my tail."
This is the story of Snow White. One snowy winter day, a queen sat at the window sewing on a frame made of ebony. She pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell in the snow on the windowsill. The red blood looked so beautiful against the white snow that the queen exclaimed, "I wish I had a daughter as white as snow, red as blood, and black as ebony." A short time later, the queen gave birth to a daughter whose skin was as white as snow, whose cheeks were as red as blood, and whose hair was as black as ebony. She named her child Snow White, and not long after, the queen died. Snow White grew up to be the most beautiful girl in the world. She was so good and kind that everyone who met her could not help but love her. Even the birds in the trees and the animals of the woods adored her. When Snow White was still a child, her father took a second wife. She was a very beautiful woman, but proud and spiteful. She could not bear the thought that anyone else might be as beautiful as she. Now this queen had a magic mirror, and whenever she looked into it, she would say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?" And the mirror would reply, "You are the fairest of them all." Each year, however, Snow White grew more beautiful. One day, when the queen looked into her mirror and asked it who was the fairest of them all, the mirror replied, "You are very fair, 'tis true, but Snow White is more fair than you." When the queen heard that, she turned green with envy. The queen called her huntsman before her. "You are to take Snow White into the forest," she said. "Kill her there, for I do not wish to set eyes on her again, and bring me the girl's heart in this box as proof that you have done as I have ordered." The huntsman then led Snow White deep into the forest. But as he was drawing his hunt knife to kill her, Snow White cried, "Please spare my life. Let me run away into the forest, and I will never come home again." Snow White was so young that the huntsman took pity on her. He said to her, "Run into the woods, dear child." Then he killed a deer and took its heart to the wicked queen as proof that Snow White was dead. After he had gone, Snow White was alone in the forest. She was so frightened by the shapes of the trees and the rustling of the leaves that she began to run. Wild beasts sprang at her, but they did her no harm. On she ran, over rocks and through brambles, until it began to grow dark. Snow White was so tired, she thought she could not take another step. Then, up ahead, she saw a tiny cottage. Snow White went inside. Everything in the cottage was very clean and tidy, and also very small. There was a little table covered with a white cloth and set with 7 little plates, each with a spoon and a knife and a cup. And against the wall, all in a row, were 7 little beds. Snow White was very hungry and thirsty, so she ate a bite of bread from each plate and drank a drop of water from each cup, for she did not want to take everything from any single one. Then, as she was very tired, she lay down on one of the beds. Soon she was fast asleep. A short while later, the owners of the cottage came home. They were 7 dwarfs who spent their days mining in the mountains. As soon as they lit their candles, the dwarfs saw that someone had been there while they were out.
"Who has been eating from my plate?" said the first. "Who has been drinking from my cup?"
cried the second. And on it went until the 7th dwarf caught sight of Snow White fast asleep in his bed. He called the others over, and they all stood and stared in wonder at the sleeping child.
"How beautiful she is!"
They whispered, and they decided to let her go on sleeping. The next morning, Snow White was frightened when she woke up and saw the 7 dwarfs, but they smiled kindly at her and asked her her name. "Snow White," she replied. Then she told them how her wicked stepmother had ordered the huntsman to kill her, and how he had spared her life.
"Why don't you stay here with us?" the dwarfs said. "You can cook and keep house for us, and we will take good care of you."
Snow White agreed, and so she kept the cottage for them and always had supper ready when they came home from working in the mountains. As Snow White was alone all day, the dwarfs warned her to be careful.
"Do not let anyone in," they said, "for your wicked stepmother will surely discover where you are and come looking for you."
At that very moment, the wicked queen looked into her magic mirror and asked, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest one of all?" And the mirror replied, "You are very fair, 'tis true, but in a cottage far away, where the 7 dwarfs do stay, Snow White is fairer still than you." The wicked queen shook with rage. Snow White lived. Her magic mirror never lied. All day she schemed, until at last she settled on a plan to get rid of Snow White. First, the wicked queen made a poisoned apple. Half of it was Snow White, and the other half was rosy red, and it looked delicious. When the apple was ready, the queen disguised herself as a poor farm woman. Then she traveled to the 7 dwarfs' cottage. When the queen knocked on the door, Snow White came to the window.
"I cannot let anyone in,"
Snow White called out.
"But I only wish to sell you some of my apples,"
replied the farm woman.
"Here, try one."
And she held out the poisoned apple. But Snow White said,
"No, I dare not." "Are you afraid I might poison you?"
laughed the farm woman.
"Look, I will cut the apple in 2. You take the rosy red half, and I'll take the white."
But Snow White did not know that the red half was poisoned.
"Very well,"
Snow White said, for the apple looked so delicious she could not help herself. Eagerly she bit into it. No sooner had she done so than she fell down dead. When the 7 dwarfs came home that night, they found Snow White lying pale and still on the ground. They called her name and tried to shake her awake, but it was no use. Snow White was truly dead. At the palace, the wicked queen gazed into her magic mirror and asked who was the fairest of them all. The mirror replied, "You are the fairest of them all." Finally, the wicked queen was satisfied. The 7 dwarfs wept over Snow White for 3 days. Then it was time to bury her. But she looked as if she were still alive, and they could not bear to put her in the cold ground. So they made her a glass coffin and wrote her name on it in gold letters. Then they set it in the forest. For a long time, Snow White lay in the glass coffin. Yet her beauty did not fade. One day a prince rode into the forest and saw the coffin. Snow White looked so lovely that he fell in love with her. The prince begged the dwarfs to let him have Snow White's coffin. At last, they took pity on him and agreed. The prince ordered his servants to carry Snow White in her glass coffin to his palace. But on the way, one of them tripped. The coffin fell, and the piece of poisoned apple flew from Snow White's throat. Snow White opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she cried, looking up at the prince. "You are with me," he replied, "and I wish you to marry me and stay with me forever." The prince looked so kind and sincere that Snow White said yes, and their wedding was celebrated with great joy. The 7 dwarfs all came and danced and cheered. As for the wicked queen, she was so angry that she ran into the forest and was never seen again. And with no one to wish them harm, Snow White and the prince lived happily ever after. This is the story of the fisherman and his wife. There was once a poor fisherman who lived with his wife in a shack by the sea. One sunny day when he was fishing, he felt a strong tug on his line. He brought in the line and discovered that he had caught a large flounder. The flounder spoke to him. "Fisherman, please spare my life," he said. "I'm not really a flounder, but an enchanted prince. Please let me go." So the fisherman, who had never heard a fish talk, threw the flounder back in the water. The fish vanished under the waves. That evening, the fisherman's wife asked him what he had caught that day. "I caught a flounder," the fisherman replied. "But it said he was an enchanted prince and begged me to let him go, and I did." "Well," said his wife, "I hope you at least had enough sense to make a wish first." "A wish?" said the fisherman. "Why would I do that? What would I wish for?" "You might have wished for a cozy new cottage for a start," said his wife. "It's not very comfortable living in this drafty shack." "You go back right now and tell the flounder we'd like a new cottage. I'm sure he'll do that for you at least." "But the flounder might not like my asking for anything," said the fisherman. "What do you mean?" cried his wife. "Didn't you spare his life by throwing him back in the water? Of course he'll give us a cottage. Go ask him right away." The fisherman didn't want to do what his wife asked, but she nagged him until he agreed. Reluctantly, he set off for the sea. When he reached the shore, he found that the water had turned green and yellow. The fisherman walked to the edge of the water and called out in a loud voice, "Flounder, flounder of the sea, come, for I am calling thee. My wife, whose name is Isabel, has a wish against my will." At once, the flounder swam up and said, "Well, what does she want?" "Oh," the fisherman replied awkwardly, "she says that since I caught you, then let you go, you should grant us a wish. She's tired of our shack and would like to have a snug little cottage instead." "Go home," said the flounder. "She is standing in front of it." So the fisherman went home and found his wife standing at the door of a brand new little cottage. She took him by the hand and led him inside. The cottage had a parlor, a bedroom, and a tidy kitchen with cupboards full of good things to eat. In back, there were chickens and ducks, a vegetable patch, an orchard, and even a lovely flower garden. "There," said the fisherman's wife. "Isn't this better?" "Yes," the fisherman agreed. "I am sure we will be very happy here." "Perhaps," said his wife. Then they both went inside and ate a tasty meal, and afterward went to bed. The next morning, the fisherman's wife woke up her husband and said, "This cottage is nice enough, but it's so small. I don't know what the flounder was thinking of." She went on, "Why did he give us only a tiny cottage? He could just as well have given us a castle. Go to the flounder at once and tell him we'd like a great stone castle instead." "Oh, no, dear wife," cried the fisherman. "What do you want a castle for?" "Never mind that," said his wife. "Just go to the flounder right away." The fisherman protested, but at last he agreed to do as his wife wished. When he reached the shore, the water was no longer green and yellow, but purple and dark blue and murky. Once again the fisherman stood at the edge of the sea and called, "Flounder, flounder of the sea, come, for I am calling thee. My wife, whose name is Isabel, has a wish against my will." Soon the flounder swam up and said, "What does she want now?" "She wishes to live in a great stone castle," the fisherman stammered uneasily. "Go," the flounder replied. "She is standing at the gate." When the man got home, his wife was standing before a large stone castle with a high wall around it. She led him through the tall iron gates into a beautiful marble hall. Servants appeared and opened the doors to one beautiful room after another. The walls were covered with fine tapestries. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceilings, and soft carpets covered the floors. In the dining room, a long table groaned with platters of delicious food. Outside were horse stables and pig pens and chicken houses. The enormous gardens were full of flowers, fruits, and vegetables. "Well," said the fisherman's wife, "isn't this much better than a cottage?" "Yes," replied the fisherman. "Now we have everything we could wish for." "Perhaps," said his wife. Very early the next morning, the fisherman's wife nudged him awake. "Look outside the window at the beautiful countryside," she sighed. "Wouldn't it be grand to be king of all that? Go to the flounder at once and tell him we wish to be king." "What are you saying?" cried the fisherman. "I don't want to be king." "Maybe you don't," replied his wife, "but I do. Go to the flounder and tell him." So the fisherman went to the sea once more. This time, the sea was dark gray. Waves stormed across it, and the water gave off a foul smell. The fisherman was afraid, but he went to the edge of the water and shouted, "Flounder, flounder of the sea, come, for I am calling thee. My wife, whose name is Isabel, has a wish against my will." Soon the flounder came swimming up and asked, "What does she want this time?" "Oh," replied the fisherman, trembling, "she says she wants to be king." "Go back home," sighed the flounder. "She has her wish." When the fisherman arrived home, he found a larger, more magnificent castle guarded by soldiers. Inside, the great marble halls were decorated with gold leaf and molding. After walking down endless corridors, the fisherman entered an enormous room. There, the entire court had gathered around a huge throne. On it sat his wife, with a gold crown on her head and a scepter in her hand. The fisherman stared up at her. "Are you king now, wife?" he asked. "Yes," she replied. "I am king." "Then you must be happy now," he said. But his wife frowned. "I am tired of being only king," she cried. "Go to the flounder and tell him I wish to be emperor." "Oh, no," wailed the fisherman. "I can't ask the flounder to do that." "I am king," shouted his wife, "and you must do as I say. Go tell the flounder to make me emperor at once." The fisherman had to obey his wife, the king. But he did not like it. When he reached the shore, the sea was black, and it bubbled and foamed. A strong wind blew across the water, and the fisherman had to shout to make himself heard. "Flounder, flounder of the sea, come, for I am calling thee. My wife, whose name is Isabel, has a wish against my will." "Now what does she want?" said the flounder. "She wishes to be emperor," the fisherman replied. "Go home," said the flounder. "She already is." The man went home to find a huge palace of alabaster and gold. An army of soldiers marched before it. Inside, great noblemen acted as servants and led the fisherman into an immense hall. There sat his wife, on a high golden throne, wearing a huge gold crown on her head. In one hand, she held a gold scepter, in the other, the great imperial orb. "Oh, wife," cried the man, "are you emperor now?" "Yes," said his wife, "I am emperor." "Then you have nothing more to wish for," said the fisherman. But his wife only scowled and stamped her foot. "It is nothing being emperor," she said. "I wish to be Pope. Go tell the flounder at once." The man fell to his knees. "Oh, no," he cried. "There is only one Pope in all the world. The flounder can't make you Pope." But his wife screamed and shouted until, half out of his mind with fear, the fisherman ran to the shore. The great storm tore across the land, blowing branches from the trees. The water foamed and boiled. Ships were tossed to and fro on the wild waves. The fisherman crept to the edge of the water and shouted, "Flounder, flounder of the sea, come, for I am calling thee. My wife, whose name is Isabel, has a wish against my will." "What is it now?" said the flounder. "Oh," cried the man, his teeth rattling together, "my wife wishes to be Pope." "Go," sighed the flounder. "Her wish has been granted." The fisherman ran home. There he found an immense gold cathedral. Inside the cathedral, thousands of candles were burning. In the middle sat his wife, on an even larger, more magnificent throne. On her head were 3 gold crowns, and kneeling before her were all the great kings and emperors of the world. The fisherman gazed up at her in wonder. She wore so much gold, and there were so many candles, that she glowed like the sun. "Ah, wife," he said, "are you Pope?" His wife nodded. "Good," said the fisherman. "You can't possibly wish for anything greater." As the sun rose the next morning, the fisherman's wife nudged her husband awake. "Oh, husband," she said, "I will never be happy unless I, too, can make the sun rise and set. Go to the flounder and tell him that I wish to be God Almighty." "Are you mad?" the fisherman shouted. "The flounder cannot make you God." But his wife only screamed and pushed the fisherman out of bed. "Just go," she shrieked. And so he went to the sea. The storm had grown so terrible he could hardly stay on his feet. The wind toppled the great trees, and the mountains cracked and crumbled. The sea was black. Waves as tall as mountains pounded the shore. The fisherman shouted as loudly as he could, "Flounder, flounder of the sea, come, for I am calling thee. My wife, whose name is Isabel, has a wish against my will." "What now?" asked the flounder. "My wife wishes to be God Almighty," replied the poor fisherman. "Just go home," said the flounder. "She is waiting in your old shack." And that is where the fisherman and his wife stayed for the rest of their lives. This is the story of the little match girl. It was the last night of the year, and it was a very cold, dark night. The streets were empty. Everyone was home in their warm houses, busily cooking their New Year's Eve feast of roast goose and chestnut stuffing, and apple pie and other good things. Though it was very late, a little girl could be seen walking slowly down the icy streets. She had no hat on her head, nor any shoes on her feet. When she left her house that morning, she had been wearing a pair of old slippers that were full of holes. They were far too big for her, and they had fallen off as she ran across the street to get out of the way of an oncoming carriage. One of them had vanished altogether, and a little boy had run off with the other one, saying it was so large it would make a fine boat for his tin soldiers. Since then, the little girl had had to go barefoot, and her little feet were blue with cold. In her ragged apron, the little girl carried matches, and she held a packet of them in her hand. She was supposed to be selling them, but no one had bought a single match from her all day, or given her so much as a copper penny. Now the child was shivering and faint with hunger as she walked forlornly through the darkness. Sometimes she stopped to stare into the lighted windows of the houses along the streets. All the houses were decorated in honor of the new year. Delicious smells wafted out to the street, making the little girl feel hungrier. At last, she came to a corner between two tall stone houses that was sheltered from the icy wind. The little girl sat down there and pulled her feet under her, hoping to warm them. But it did no good. The cold air seemed to sink into her very bones. The little girl was afraid to go home, for she had not sold any matches that day. She knew her father would probably beat her for that. Besides, it was not much warmer at home than it was outside in the street. The walls of their rooms were so full of holes. Her mother had tried to stuff them with straw and rags, but the wind howled through them as strong as ever. The little girl stretched out her hands. They were stiff with cold. "If I lit just one of these matches," she thought, "I would feel so much warmer." She gazed longingly at the packet of matches in her hand. Then she drew one out and struck it against the wall, making a loud scratch. The match sputtered and flared, casting a bright, clear light. The little girl stared at it. All of a sudden, it seemed to her that she was sitting in front of a big iron stove with feet of brightly polished brass. Inside, a coal fire blazed brightly. How warm and beautiful that fire was! Eagerly, the little girl stretched out her hands toward it. She pulled out her little bare feet to warm them by the glowing embers of the wonderful fire. But just then, the match went out. The big iron stove vanished, and the little girl found herself on the cold, dark street again, holding a half-burned match in her hand. The little girl pulled out another match and struck it. The flame rose, casting a light on the stone wall beside her. Suddenly, the walls looked as transparent as glass. It seemed to the child that she could see right through the wall into a room. There was a long table covered with a snow-white cloth and set with fine china, crystal glasses, and silver forks and knives and spoons. In the center, an enormous platter held a steaming roast goose stuffed with apples and sausage. How delicious it looked! Then something even more wonderful happened. The goose leaped off the platter, and with a knife and fork still stuck in its breast, came walking toward the little girl. She reached out her hands toward it, but as she did so, the match went out. Once again, everything turned dark, and the little girl found herself staring only at the damp stone wall. As quickly as she could, she pulled out another match and struck it. This time, the light blazed forth even more brightly, and the little girl found herself gazing up at an enormous Christmas tree. It was much larger and more splendidly decorated than any Christmas tree she had ever seen. Even the ones she had glimpsed through the windows of rich people's houses could not compare with it. Hundreds and hundreds of lit candles gleamed in its green branches. Colored pictures of angels hung from it, pictures such as those the little girl had sometimes seen in shop windows at Christmas time. Only these pictures were even more lifelike and far more beautiful. The child stretched out her hand toward the tree. Just then, the match flickered out. But as the little girl watched, the candles on the Christmas tree seemed to rise higher and higher until she realized she was staring at the stars in the sky. They twinkled down at her so brightly and looked so beautiful, she felt as if her heart would break. Then she saw one of them fall, leaving a bright trail of light behind it. Somebody must be dying, the little girl thought. Her grandmother, the one person in the world who had ever truly loved her, had once told her that whenever a star falls, it means a soul is rising to heaven. The little girl pulled out another match and struck it against the wall. This time, the light flared up in front of her, forming a bright circle like a halo. In the center of it stood the little girl's grandmother. She looked so radiant and loving that the little girl could not help but cry out to her. "Oh, grandmother," she said, "please take me with you. I know that when the match goes out, you will vanish, just like the big warm stove and the lovely roast goose and the beautiful Christmas tree. Oh, grandmother, please don't leave me here. Don't, please." And as the match burned out, the little girl desperately clutched the packet and struck the rest of the matches against the hard stone wall. They burst into flame, and together they made a light that seemed brighter than the noonday sun. In the blazing light, the little girl saw her grandmother again. The little girl stretched out her hands, and her grandmother gently took the child in her arms. Then, together, they rose high above the dark, icy streets to a place where there was no more hunger, no more cold, and no more pain or suffering. They rose all the way to heaven. Early the next morning, some passers-by came upon the little match girl. She was still sitting in the corner between the two houses, leaning against the wall. She was smiling, but her small cheeks were pale, for she had frozen to death during the night. "Oh, the poor child," the people mourned. Some of the people pointed at the bundle of burnt matches the child held in her hand. "Look," they said, "the little creature must have tried to warm herself." But they could not possibly know all the wonders the little match girl had seen that night. Nor would anyone know how joyfully she and her grandmother had celebrated the coming of the new year. This is the story of the Nutcracker. It was Christmas Eve. The Stahlbaum family was gathered around a tall Christmas tree that was beautifully decorated with glowing candles, candied apples, and sugar almonds. The children, Fritz and Marie, were playing with their new presents when a strange little man with long white hair and a black patch over one eye entered the room. "Godpapa Drosselmeyer!" the children cried happily as they rushed to him. Despite his odd appearance, their godfather was very kind and clever. He could fix any watch or clock, and he had made them many remarkable toys, too. "Merry Christmas," said Godpapa Drosselmeyer, as he handed each child a present. Fritz's present was a set of tin soldiers, each carrying a handsome sword. Marie's gift was a little wooden man in a bright red uniform. "Please take good care of this little fellow, Marie," her godfather said solemnly. "He means a great deal to me." Marie took the little man in her arms. Despite his elegant uniform and bright paint, he was rather ugly. His head was far too big for his body, and his mouth cut from ear to ear. "Why, it's a nutcracker!" cried her father. Then he showed Marie how to put a nut in the little man's mouth and shut it tight. There was a quick crack, and the nutshell fell to the floor. Marie hugged the nutcracker. "Thank you, Godpapa," she cried. "He is my favorite present." "How can you like such an ugly fellow?" said Fritz scornfully. "Don't say that," cried Marie. "You'll hurt his feelings." "I'm afraid Fritz is right," Godpapa Drosselmeyer said. "Our poor nutcracker is rather ugly. If you like, I'll tell you the story of how ugliness came into his family." "Oh, please do," begged the children. "Very well," began their godfather, and this is the tale he told. Many years ago, there lived a king who had a very beautiful daughter. Her name was Princess Pirlipat. She had golden hair and rosy cheeks. Her father adored her, and one year he planned a great feast in honor of her birthday. Now the king was very fond of sausages, and the queen always made them herself. So in honor of the celebration, the king asked his wife to make 300 of her best sausages. Just as the queen had finished making them, Dame Mouserink, the queen of mice, came into the kitchen.
Let me taste a bit of sausage, she squeaked.
Of course, the queen replied. Then Dame Mouserink, followed by all her greedy relations, pounced on the sausages and ate them all up. When the king learned what had happened, he was furious. He announced that whoever rid the kingdom of mice would win the princess's hand in marriage. Now, one of the king's closest advisors was a clever clockmaker. This clockmaker had a nephew. The boy had been orphaned as a baby and raised by the clockmaker. The nephew was a charming, handsome young man and had the remarkable ability of cracking even the hardest nuts with his teeth. Everyone called him the handsome nutcracker. The clockmaker decided it would be a fine thing if his nephew married the beautiful Princess Pirlipat. So he began to plan the world's first mousetrap. He baited his traps with sausage. Then he had his nephew set the traps throughout the palace. All of Dame Mouserink's greedy relatives were soon trapped and put to death. But Dame Mouserink herself was far too clever to become caught in such a way. Nevertheless, the king was overjoyed and summoned the clockmaker's nephew. With great fanfare, he announced that the boy could one day marry the lovely princess. No sooner had he spoken than Dame Mouserink appeared and made this pronouncement.
I, Queen of Mice, pronounce this curse. The handsome nutcracker shall become hideously ugly, and for him I predict the worst. My son, the mouse with 7 crowns, will surely bring the nutcracker down. The king's soldiers quickly fell on Dame Mouserink and killed her. Then Princess Pirlipat looked at the clockmaker's nephew and shrieked, "Oh, how ugly he is! I will never marry him!" You see, the clockmaker's handsome nephew had changed. He now had a huge misshapen head. The clockmaker was heartbroken and felt he was to blame for his nephew's misfortune.
So he visited a famous astrologer to learn how the spell might be broken. "Do not despair," the astrologer reported after studying the boy's stars. "Your nephew is such a fine young man that he will win a kingdom of his own. But unless he defeats Dame Mouse Rink's son, the mouse with 7 crowns, and wins a lady's heart despite his ugliness, he will never return to his proper form." "And so," finished Godpapa Drosselmeyer, "now you know how the mousetrap was invented, and why nutcrackers are so ugly." "What was the clever clockmaker's name?" asked Fritz. His godpapa smiled strangely. "Drosselmeyer," he replied, "just like mine." By now it had grown late, and Mrs. Stahlbaum told the children it was time to put their new toys away and go to bed. Fritz quickly put his soldiers in the toy cabinet in the corner of the room and climbed the stairs to his bedroom. But Marie begged to stay up a little while longer. "I want to put my nutcracker to bed properly," she explained. After everyone else had gone to bed, the sitting room seemed dark and mysterious. Marie stared into the nutcracker's painted blue eyes. They had such a sad expression that she wondered if her godpapa's story could be true. "Don't worry, dear Nutcracker," she whispered. "I will help you if I can." Then the room filled with rustling and rattling noises. Startled, Marie looked around. The clock, which had started to strike the hour, whirred to a stop. Then Marie heard a voice say, "Clocks, listen and stop your ticking. Now the Mouse King is awakening. In the light of the full moon comes the hour of the Nutcracker's doom." At that, hundreds of mice began squeezing through all the cracks in the wall and floor. They organized themselves into troops and marched in place. Then the floor cracked open, and from the crack rose a horrible creature, a mouse with 7 heads. The 7 heads grew from one huge body, and each was topped by a shining crown. The 7 heads called the mouse army to order, and they began marching toward the toy cabinet. Marie was terrified, but then she heard another voice cry, "Awake, for the hour has come when we must fight for our kingdom. Come, toys, and follow me. The Nutcracker calls to thee." Then the Nutcracker came marching out of the cabinet with his sword drawn. Marie's dolls and Fritz's tin soldiers leaped down from their shelves in the cabinet and followed him. They were joined by the teddy bears, the puppets, and the stuffed cotton clown. With the Nutcracker leading, the toys bravely advanced toward the Mouse King's army. Fritz's tin soldiers loaded their cannons with lemon drops and hazelnuts and fired at the mice. But little by little, the mice gained the advantage. They bit the puppets and the stuffed cotton clown and knocked over Fritz's tin soldiers. They soon surrounded the Nutcracker. "Prepare to meet your doom!" squealed the Mouse King's 7 heads as he scurried toward the Nutcracker. Marie's heart was beating so fast she thought she would faint, but she knew she had to do something to save her friend. So she took off her shoe and threw it at the Mouse King. Then everything around her seemed to grow dark, and she fell to the floor. When Marie opened her eyes, all traces of the battle had vanished. The Nutcracker stood beside her, holding his sword in one hand and the Mouse King's 7 crowns in the other. "Dear Miss Stahlbaum," he said, Thanks to your courage, I was saved from certain death. Please come with me. I have marvelous things to show you." Then he helped Marie to her feet and opened the door of the toy cabinet. To her amazement, Marie found that she was small enough to step inside the toy cabinet. A bright light washed over her. Then she found herself in a meadow that glittered with a rainbow of colors. "This is Candy Meadow," the Nutcracker said. "We are in my kingdom, which is called Toyland." He led Marie through a gate made of raisins and almonds and down a road of brightly colored hard candies. Soon they were in a gingerbread town where gingerbread men and women waved at them as they passed. They came to another town. This one was made of spun sugar, and dainty china and glass people sang to them. "Now we must cross Lake Rosa to the capital of Toyland," the Nutcracker said. As he spoke, Marie saw a beautiful rose-colored lake, and on it there was a little gold boat pulled by dolphins. She and the Nutcracker stepped into the boat and were soon pulled across the lake. Ahead, Marie could see a beautiful city made of sugar plums and candied fruits. But most wonderful of all was a lofty castle with tall rose-colored spires. "This is my home, Marzipan Castle," said the Nutcracker. Elegantly dressed little dolls greeted them. "Hail to the King of Toyland!" Up until then, Marie had been too dazzled by everything she saw to say a word, but now she turned to the Nutcracker and cried, "Then Godpapa's story is true, and you are his nephew." "Yes," replied the Nutcracker. "With your help, I have defeated the Mouse King and won back my kingdom, and yet—" He sighed so sorrowfully that Marie was sure he must be thinking of the lovely Princess Pirlipat, who had refused his hand. I don't understand why the princess was so mean," Marie said, feeling very sorry for the Nutcracker. "I would have remained your friend and companion, no matter what you looked like. I would not have minded one bit if you were in the shape of a nutcracker." As soon as Marie had spoken, a strange thing happened. The castle around her wavered, and then disappeared, and Marie felt as if she were falling and falling. When she landed, she was lying in her own bed, and her mother was standing over her. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Mother said. "It is Christmas morning." "Oh, Mother," Marie said, "so much has happened." And she told her mother about the Nutcracker and the Mouse King and her visit to Toyland. "You have had a long, beautiful dream," her mother said. "But now you must get up. We have visitors. Godpapa Drosselmeyer is here with his nephew." Marie quickly dressed and ran downstairs. In the sitting room beside the toy cabinet stood her godpapa. Beside him was a handsome young man, just her age. His eyes were as blue and kind as those of her own dear Nutcracker. Marie knew that she had not been dreaming after all. Godpapa Drosselmeyer left the two children alone. Then his nephew knelt before Marie. "Dear Marie Stahlbaum," he said, "by pledging to be my friend, despite my ugliness, you have broken Dame Mouserink's curse. Now I beg you to be my friend always, and to rule with me over my kingdom." Marie smiled and said, "Oh, yes." And when she was grown up, she married young Drosselmeyer. Then they went to the Marzipan Castle, and today they still rule over the magical kingdom of Toyland. This is the story of the steadfast tin soldier. Once upon a time, there were 25 toy tin soldiers. They were brothers, for they had all been made from the same tin spoon. They wore fine red and blue uniforms and carried little guns, and they all lived together in a carved wooden box. The first words they ever heard came from a little boy as he lifted the lid off their wooden box. "Oh, look!" the boy cried. "Tin soldiers!" It was the boy's birthday, and he had been given the tin soldiers as a present. Clapping his hands with delight, the boy set the tin soldiers on the table. They were all exactly alike, except for one, who had but one leg. He had been made last, and there had not been enough tin left to finish him properly. Besides the soldiers, the table was covered with all sorts of wonderful toys. The prettiest was a paper castle. The castle was so beautifully made that through its windows could be seen little rooms, complete with tiny paper furniture and tapestries. In front of the castle, little paper trees stood around a small mirror that was meant to be a lake, and on the mirror lake swam tiny wax swans. All this was very lovely, but the loveliest part of the castle was a tiny dancer who stood in the castle door. The dancer, too, was made of paper. She wore a dress of white tulle. A little blue ribbon was wrapped like a shawl around her shoulders. This ribbon was held in place with a silver sequin, the same size as her face. The little dancer's arms gracefully stretched out in front of her, and one of her legs was raised so high behind her that the little tin soldier could not see it. "She must have only one leg, just as I do," he thought. "How pretty she is! She would make me the perfect wife." Then he thought sadly, "But she is far too grand for me. She lives in a fine castle, while I live in a wooden box that I share with my brothers. Still, I must try to get to know her." So the little tin soldier stretched out on the table behind a snuff box. From there, he could watch the little dancer. When evening came, the little boy put all the other tin soldiers back in their wooden box. Then the people of the house turned out the lights and went to bed. When the people were asleep, the toys came to life and began to amuse themselves. They visited with each other and danced and played all sorts of games. The dolls waltzed, the teddy bears played leapfrog, the colored pencils chased each other over the drawing pad, and the cuckoo in the clock sang a lively song. The tin soldiers rattled the lid of their box, for they wished to get out and join the fun. Only the tin soldier and the little dancer stayed still. She stood on tiptoe in the castle door and held one leg stretched out behind her as steadily as the tin soldier stood on his one leg. The little tin soldier stared at the little dancer, and she stared back, but neither of them spoke. At the stroke of midnight, the lid of the snuff box sprang open, and out popped a little red goblin.
Tin soldier, growled the goblin, you will please remember to keep your eyes to yourself.
But the tin soldier pretended not to hear. Then the goblin said in a nasty voice,
Very well, I'll take care of you tomorrow.
With that, he disappeared into the snuff box. Early the next morning, the little boy came running into the room with his brother. They picked up the little tin soldier and set him on the windowsill. Now I don't know whether it was the Red Goblin's doing or not, but just then a strong gust of wind blew the little tin soldier off the sill. Down, down the tin soldier fell, 3 stories onto the street below. It was a terrible fall. He landed head first with his gun stuck between 2 cobblestones and his leg in the air. The children and the maid ran outside to look for him, but they couldn't find him anywhere. That afternoon, it began to rain. It was a quick, hard rain that filled the gutters. When it was over, 2 boys came out to play. "Look," one of them cried, "there's a tin soldier. Let's make him a boat." So they made a boat out of an old newspaper. Then they set the little tin soldier in the boat and sent him sailing down the gutter. How fast the little paper boat went! How deep the water seemed! The little tin soldier could not help being frightened, but he bravely stood as straight as he could and held tightly to his gun. Suddenly, the little paper boat was swept into a drain and down a dark tunnel. "How black it is in here," thought the little tin soldier. "Where am I going, I wonder? It is all the goblin's fault. Oh, if only the little dancer were here with me, then I would not care even if it were twice as dark." Just then, a large water rat swam up to the boat. "Where is your passport?" he hissed at the tin soldier. "Give it to me at once." The tin soldier did not reply, but grasped his gun more tightly. So the water rat gnashed his teeth and howled, "Stop him! Stop him! He hasn't shown his passport!" But the little paper boat was soon carried away by the current. Now the tin soldier could see a light ahead. As the boat drew closer to the light, he heard a terrible roaring sound. It was loud enough to strike fear into the bravest heart. You see, the tunnel emptied into a canal. The plunge would be as dangerous for the tin soldier as an enormous waterfall would be for you or me. The little tin soldier was terribly afraid, but he stood as straight as ever and shouldered his gun. The paper boat tumbled down into the canal. It whirled round and filled with water. The tin soldier did not move a muscle. Instead, he thought of the pretty little dancer, whom he was sure he would never see again. Then he remembered the words of an old military song. "Farewell, soldier, true and brave, going toward your cold, dark grave." Finally, the paper boat dissolved in the water, and the little tin soldier sank. Just then, a large fish swam by and swallowed the tin soldier. How dark it was inside the fish's belly, even darker than in the tunnel. But the little tin soldier still stood straight and bravely shouldered his gun. The fish darted this way and that until the tin soldier felt terribly shaken up. Then, after a time, the fish was still. Next, a flash of lightning seemed to pass through the fish, and the little tin soldier found himself in daylight again. "Why, look!" cried a voice. "Here is the tin soldier!" You see, the fish had been caught and taken to market, where the cook had bought him. She brought him back to the kitchen and had cut him open with a big knife. The cook picked up the tin soldier between her fingers. Then she carefully carried him upstairs so everyone could see the amazing little soldier who had traveled so far in the belly of a fish. When the cook set the tin soldier on the table. Everyone cried in glee and admiration. The tin soldier looked around. To his amazement, he was back in the very room he had started from. The little boy was there, and so were the other 24 tin soldiers, as well as all the rest of the toys. In the corner of the table stood the paper castle. The tin soldier saw that the pretty little dancer was still standing on one leg in the castle door, for she was as steadfast and true as he himself was. When the little tin soldier saw the dancer, he was so touched that if he could, he would have wept tears of tin. But of course he could not. So he only stared at the little dancer, and she stared at him, and neither of them spoke. Just then, the little boy picked up the tin soldier and threw him into the fire. I think this really must have been the Red Goblin's doing, for why else would the little boy have done such a thing? Flames flared around the little tin soldier. The heat felt terrible to him, but whether it was the heat of the fire or the warmth of his feelings for the little dancer, he could not say. The bright colors faded from his uniform, but even that might have been from sorrow. He stared at the little dancer, and she stared at him. He could feel himself melting away, but he still stood as straight as ever, for he was a brave, true soldier. Just then, the door of the room flew open, and a draft of wind picked up the little dancer. She fluttered across the room, right into the fire beside the little tin soldier. Flames blazed around the little dancer, and in a flash, she was gone. Beside her, the tin soldier slowly melted away into a lump of gray metal. The next morning, when the maid cleared away the ashes, all she found of the little tin soldier was a small tin heart. Of the pretty little dancer, nothing was left except her sequin, and that was burned as black as coal. This is the story of The Night Before Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur, from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke, it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying a finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." This is the story of Rumpelstiltskin. Once, long ago, there lived a miller who had a beautiful daughter. One day, the king of the land happened to be passing by the mill. To make himself seem important to the king, the miller boasted that his daughter knew how to spin straw into gold. The king, who liked gold very much, was most impressed. "I should like to meet this daughter of yours," the king said to the miller. "Bring her to my palace tomorrow morning, and we shall see if what you say is true." When the miller told his daughter what he had done, she was very upset. But there was nothing she could do. So early the next morning, she presented herself at the king's palace. The king led her into a large room that was completely filled with straw. Then he showed her to a spinning wheel and said, "Now you must get to work. But first, let me tell you this. If you have not spun all the straw into gold by tomorrow morning, you will pay with your life." Then the king left the room and locked the door behind him. As soon as the king was gone, the miller's beautiful daughter began to cry, despairing that she had no idea how to spin straw into gold. Just as she was sure there was no hope for her, the door of the room creaked open. A strange little man came walking in. He looked at her and said, "Tell me, miller's daughter, why are you crying?" "The king has ordered me to spin this straw into gold," she sobbed. "Unless I do, he will have me put to death, and I have no idea how to do it." "Oh, that is no problem," replied the strange little man. "What will you give me if I do it for you?" The miller's daughter stared at him in astonishment. I will give you my necklace," she replied. "Very well," said the little man, and he accepted the necklace. Then he sat down at the spinning wheel and quickly set it whirring. Round and round it turned. Soon the bobbin was full of gold thread. Then the little man put another bobbin on the spinning wheel. Soon that one was full too. And on he went all night long until he had spun all the straw into shining gold thread. The miller's daughter was overjoyed, and she thanked the little man with all her heart. Then, as the sun rose over the horizon, the strange little man vanished. Soon the king came to see if the miller's daughter had spun the straw into gold. When he saw all the gold thread, he was amazed and delighted. Yet the sight of so much gold only made the king greedier. So he led the miller's daughter to another room. This room was larger than the first, and also filled with straw. "You must spin all this straw into gold by morning," the king told the miller's daughter, "or you will lose your life." As soon as the king had gone and locked the door behind him, the miller's daughter burst into tears. Then the door slowly opened, and in walked the same strange little man. "Good day, miller's daughter," he said. "What will you give me if I spin the straw into gold for you this time?" I will give you my ring," she replied. So the strange little man accepted the ring from the young woman's finger. Then he sat down at the spinning wheel and began spinning the straw into gold. And as soon as he was finished, he disappeared. Soon after dawn, the king came to see if the miller's daughter had completed her task. His eyes grew wide at the brilliance of the gold, but it only made him want to have more. So he led the miller's daughter to a third room. This room was even larger, and it was piled to the ceiling with straw. "You must spin all this straw into gold before the sun rises tomorrow," the king told the miller's daughter. "If you fail, you will lose your life. But if you succeed, I will marry you and make you my wife." The king was thinking to himself that though she was only a miller's daughter, he would never find a richer wife anywhere. After the king had left the miller's daughter and locked the door behind him, the strange little man once again appeared. "What will you give me this time for spinning all this straw into gold?" he asked the miller's daughter. The girl began to sob. "I have nothing left to give you," she answered. "It is all right," said the little man. "Just promise me this, that when you are queen, you will give me your first child." The miller's daughter hesitated. Then she gave the strange little man her promise. "Who knows if I shall ever be queen?" she thought. "Besides, if I do not agree, then I will surely lose my life tomorrow." So the little man sat down at the spinning wheel and set it turning. On and on it whirred until all the straw in the room had been spun into shining gold. The next morning, the king came in and saw the immense gold treasure shimmering like the light of 1,000 suns. He married the miller's beautiful daughter that very day. She was now a queen with fine robes and a crown on her head. Within a year, the queen gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. She was overjoyed to have a child of her own. In her happiness, she forgot her promise to the strange little man. One day, as the queen was playing with her baby son, the little man visited her. "I have come to claim what you promised me," he said, stretching out his arms toward the child. The queen was horrified. "Please do not take my little son," she pleaded. "I will give you anything, anything you wish, only leave me my son." Then she offered the strange little man all the wealth and riches in the kingdom if he would only spare her child. At first, the little man refused, but the queen began to weep so sorrowfully that he took pity on her. "Very well," he said. "I will give you 3 days to guess my name. If you do so in that time, you may keep your little son. But if you fail, the child must be mine." And with that, the strange little man vanished. The queen stayed awake all night. She thought of every name she had ever heard. Then she took her candle and went to the palace library and searched through all the books for strange and unusual names. The next morning, when the little man appeared, the queen began asking him, "Is your name Peter? Is your name John? Is your name Charlemagne?" Each time the little man replied, "Oh no, that is not my name." Then the queen recited all the names she knew, one after the other. But to each one the little man replied, "Oh no, that is not my name." Finally, she could think of no more names, and the little man went away. The queen summoned to her all the learned men of the kingdom and asked them to tell her all the strange and unusual names they had ever heard. She sent out her servants far and wide to collect as many odd names as they could. When the little man came the next day, she asked him, "Is your name Big Boots? Is your name Turtle Beak? Can your name be Mutton Chop or Crooked Knees?" But to each name the little man replied as before, "Oh no, that is not my name." The queen did not know what to do. On the 3rd day, one of the queen's servants came to her and told a curious story. "I searched far and wide, but I could not find a single new name," the man began. "Then, on my way back through the mountains, I came upon a tiny cottage. A fire was blazing in front of it, and a little man was dancing around the fire on one foot. As he danced, he sang this song: "I'll rest tomorrow and bake today, then I'll take the queen's son away, for no one will ever guess who I am, and that Rumpelstiltskin is my name." The queen clapped her hands for joy. When the little man came the next morning, she asked him, "Is your name Henry?" "No," he replied. "Is your name Roland?" "No." "Then can your name be Rumpelstiltskin?" The little man's mouth fell open. "Who told you that? Who told you that?" he shrieked. And he became so cross, he tugged at his little beard and stamped his foot. He stamped so hard that the ground cracked open beneath him and swallowed him up. And that was the last anyone ever saw of Rumpelstiltskin. This is the story of the shoemaker and the elves. Once upon a time, there lived a good, honest shoemaker. But though he worked very hard, he barely earned enough for him and his wife to live on. He became poorer and poorer, until one day there was only enough leather to make one more pair of shoes. That evening, the shoemaker cut out the leather and left the pieces on his work table. He would finish the shoes the next day. The shoemaker wearily climbed the stairs to his bedroom. He kissed his wife good night and fell fast asleep. Early the next morning, the shoemaker went down to his shop. There, to his amazement, was a pair of finished shoes on the work table. He picked them up to examine them more closely. They were the most beautifully made shoes he had ever seen. Each stitch was small and perfect, and the leather had been so highly polished that it gleamed like glass. The shoemaker called his wife to come and look at the wonderful shoes. She too was astonished. But who made them? She wondered. I cannot imagine, replied the shoemaker. Just then, a customer walked into the shop. As soon as he saw the shoes, his eyes grew wide. What beautiful shoes, he exclaimed. Then he bought the shoes at twice the usual price. With this money, the shoemaker bought enough leather to make 2 pairs of shoes. That evening, the shoemaker carefully spread the leather on his work table and cut out the pieces for 2 pairs of shoes. Then he climbed upstairs and went to bed, intending to finish the shoes in the morning. The next day, when the shoemaker went downstairs, he found 2 finished pairs of shoes on the work table. The shoemaker again called his wife, and both of them stared in bewilderment at the shoes. Never had they seen shoes sewn with such careful, tiny stitches. Before long, both pairs of shoes were sold. Again, the customers paid twice the usual price for them. The shoemaker used the money to buy leather enough for 4 pairs of shoes. Once again, the shoemaker cut the leather out and left the pieces on the work table. When he came into the shop the next morning, he found 4 pairs of finished shoes. And so it went each day. In the evening, the shoemaker cut out the leather, and in the morning the shoes were finished and waiting. Little by little, the shoemaker began to make enough money for him and his wife to live comfortably. Yet neither of them had any idea who was helping them. One evening, just before Christmas, the shoemaker said to his wife, "We must find out who is making these beautiful shoes for us." "That's easily done," his wife replied. "Why don't we stay awake tonight and see who comes to the shop?" So the shoemaker and his wife hid themselves in a big cupboard in the corner of the shop and watched. As the clock struck midnight, the door of the shop burst open, and 2 tiny men came dancing in. They both had merry faces and bright eyes, but wore torn and ragged clothes. The shoemaker and his wife knew at once that their visitors were elves. As the shoemaker and his wife watched from the cupboard, the 2 little elves skipped over to the work table. Then they both sat down and got to work. How quickly their little fingers danced! The elves worked so fast that the shoemaker and his wife could hardly believe their eyes. In no time at all, the 2 little men had pierced tiny holes along the edges of the leather. Then they nimbly threaded their needles and with the neatest little stitches sewed the pieces into shoes. Soon they were nailing on the heels and giving the shoes a final polishing. Next, the elves put away the tools and tidied the shop, skipping and dancing as they went. They jumped out the door, shutting it carefully behind them. When they had gone, the shoemaker's wife said to her husband, "Those kind little elves have worked very hard for us. They have made us rich. I wish we could do something for them in return." "Yes," said the shoemaker. "I know," his wife said. "Why don't I make them each a little suit of clothes? These poor elves dress in such threadbare rags. I should think they must get awfully cold. I shall sew them each a shirt, a vest, a jacket, and trousers, and knit them each a pair of warm woolen socks. You can make them each a little pair of shoes." "What a wonderful idea," said the shoemaker. So he and his wife got right to work that very day. All week long, the shoemaker's wife sewed and sewed with tiny, careful stitches until she had made for each of the elves a perfect little suit of clothes. Then she knit them each a tiny pair of warm woolen socks. Meanwhile, the shoemaker cut out 2 pairs of little leather shoes. Then he stitched them up as nicely as he could. On Christmas Eve, the clothes and the socks and the shoes were finished. That night, instead of the usual pieces of leather, the shoemaker and his wife carefully laid out their presents on the work table. Then they hid in the cupboard and waited with excitement for the elves to come. They were eager to see what the wee ones would do. As the clock struck midnight, the door of the shop swung open, and in came the 2 little elves. As before, they went skipping over to the work table to begin their work. But there was no leather waiting for them. Instead, they discovered 2 little suits of clothes and 2 little pairs of shoes. At first, the 2 elves acted confused. They frowned and scratched their chins as if to say, "What can this mean?" But by and by, one elf and then the other put on his new little suit of clothes. Then they looked at each other and began to grin. They buttoned up their vests and pulled up their socks and laced their shoes. Then they each pulled on their little jackets and started to dance. As they danced, they sang this song. "What fine trousers, socks, and shoes! Now we are fine gentlemen, with shirts and vests and jackets too. Why should such fine gentlemen ever again work to make shoes?" Then the 2 little elves leaped and clicked their heels. As the shoemaker and his wife watched, the 2 little elves danced all over the shop. They danced across the shoemaker's work table. They danced on the counters and chairs. They even danced on the cupboard where the shoemaker and his wife were hiding. When the 2 little elves were quite out of breath, they merrily danced right out the door. And that was the last the shoemaker and his wife ever saw of those 2 merry little men. Now, once again, the shoemaker had not only to cut out his own leather, but stitch up his own shoes. Yet he did not really mind. It seems that something of the little elf's magic had worked its way into the shoemaker's fingers. So ever after, all the shoes he made had the most perfect little stitches, and were more brightly polished than those of other shoemakers. In fact, his little shop grew busier than ever, and the shoemaker and his wife lived comfortably and happily for many long years. These are Mother Goose's nursery rhymes. Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry bush on a cold and frosty morning. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, the mouse ran down, and hickory dickory dock. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home, dragging their tails behind them. Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Let me taste your ware." Says the pieman to Simple Simon, "Show me first your penny." Says Simple Simon to the pieman, "Indeed, I have not any." Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. Jack Sprat could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and so betwixt them both, you see, they licked the platter clean. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. And this little piggy cried, "Wee, wee, wee," all the way home. Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed poor Spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain, and the Itsy Bitsy Spider climbed up the spout again. Ring around the roses, a pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. 3 blind mice. See how they run! They all ran after the farmer's wife, who cut off their tails with a carving knife. Did ever you see such a sight in your life as 3 blind mice? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty together again. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Little Boy Blue, come blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. But where is the little boy who looks after the sheep? He's under the haystack, fast asleep. Will you wake him? No, not I. For if I do, he's sure to cry. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack jump over the candlestick. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been to London to look at the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under her chair. Pat a cake, baker's man, bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with a T. Put it in the oven for Tommy and me. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to fetch her poor dog a bone. But when she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do. She gave them some broth without any bread. She whipped them all soundly and put them to bed. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper. A peck of pickled pepper Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled pepper, where's the peck of pickled pepper Peter Piper picked? Tom, Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig and away did run. The pig was eat, and Tom was beat, and Tom ran crying down the street. Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub, and who do you think they be? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. Turn 'em out, knaves all 3. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. It followed her to school one day. That was against the rule. It made the children laugh and play to see a lamb in school. Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Peter, pumpkin eater, had another and didn't love her. Peter learned to read and spell, and then he loved her very well. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Sleep, baby, sleep. Thy father guards the sheep. Thy mother shakes the dreamland tree, and from it falls sweet dreams for thee. Sleep, baby, sleep. There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. He called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers 3. Every fiddler he had a fiddle, and a very fine fiddle had he. Twee, tweedledee went the fiddlers. Oh, there's none so rare as can compare with King Cole and his fiddlers 3. This is the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. Once upon a time there was a widow who lived in a tumble-down cottage with her son, Jack. And Jack and his mother were so poor that all they had was an old white cow. One day, when there was no food in the house and no money to buy any, the widow said to herself, "I will have to sell our cow, or Jack and I will surely starve." So Jack's mother called him to her and said, "I want you to take the cow to market and sell her. But be sure you get a good price, for she is all we have." "Yes, mother," Jack replied, and he put a collar on the cow and headed to town. Jack was delighted to be going to market by himself. As he walked, he whistled a cheerful tune. He was interrupted when he heard someone say, "You seem to be in a fine mood, young man. Where are you going today?" Jack turned around. On the side of the road stood a strange little man. He was about 4 feet tall and dressed in a bright green suit. "Why, I'm off to market," Jack said, "to sell our old cow." "I'll buy your cow if you'd like," said the little man. "What will you give me for her?" asked Jack. "I'll give you these magic beans," the little man replied. Then he opened his hand. Jack looked at the beans in the man's palm. They were all the colors of the rainbow. "Magic beans!" Jack cried. "I've never seen any before." And he traded the cow for the beautiful magic beans. "Mother will be so happy," Jack thought, feeling very pleased with himself. Then he ran home as fast as he could to show her the magic beans. But Jack's mother was not happy when she learned what he had done. "Oh, Jack," she cried, "how could you be so stupid? You traded our cow for a handful of beans?" Jack's mother was so angry she picked up the magic beans and threw them out the window. Jack realized his mistake, but it was too late. The cow was gone, and there was still nothing to eat for supper. Jack went to bed, feeling very foolish. All night, Jack tossed and turned. "My poor mother and I will have nothing to eat tomorrow either," he thought miserably, "and it is all because of me and those magic beans." The next morning, Jack gloomily climbed out of bed. When he went to the window, he saw an amazing sight. Where his mother had thrown the magic beans, a giant beanstalk was growing. It was thick and tall, so tall that it reached into the clouds. "Mother, come quickly," Jack called, and together they stood in the garden, staring in wonder at the beanstalk. "I wonder where it goes," Jack said. "Perhaps I'll climb it and find out." "You'll do no such thing," said his mother. "Those beans have already caused enough trouble." But it was too late, for Jack had already started up the beanstalk. Up he climbed, higher and higher, until the cottage below looked no bigger than a bird's nest. Still, Jack could not see to the top of the beanstalk. At last, Jack climbed through the clouds. There he found himself at the top of the beanstalk. A field of clouds stretched in every direction. In the distance, Jack could see an enormous stone castle. He jumped off the beanstalk and walked toward the castle. Soon he stood before the entrance, a huge iron door. Not knowing what else to do, Jack pulled the bell. After a moment, the great door slowly swung open. To Jack's horror, there stood a huge, ugly giantess, looking down at him. Before Jack could run away, the giantess scooped him up in her huge hand. "Oh, good," she said in a great big voice. "I've been looking for someone to help me with my chores." Jack was so frightened, all he could say was, "Of course. What do you want me to do?" "Well," said the giantess, "first you may help me light the fire and polish the boots. Now we must be very careful when my husband comes home, for there is nothing he likes better than to eat roasted Englishmen for dinner." Jack didn't like the sound of that, but the giantess promised that she would hide Jack in the cupboard when her husband came. So he helped her light the fire and polish her boots. All of a sudden, Jack heard a terrible sound like the roaring of thunder. "That's my husband!" the giantess cried, and she quickly hid Jack in the cupboard. Then Jack heard a great booming voice. "Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smell the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread." And in stomped the giant. He was much bigger than his wife and much uglier too. He sat down at the table and shouted, "I smell an Englishman! Catch him and roast him at once." "Don't be silly," replied his wife. "That's only the mutton stew I've cooked for your supper." Peering through the keyhole of the cupboard, Jack watched her set down the biggest bowl of mutton stew he had ever seen. The bowl of stew was so big that Jack could have sailed one of his small boats across it. The giant quickly ate the stew. He called for another bowl and ate that too. When he finished, the giant said to his wife, "Now, bring me the goose that lays the golden eggs." His wife brought a very ordinary-looking goose and set it before the giant. Then she went to bed. After she was gone, the giant turned to the goose and said, "Lay." The goose promptly laid an egg of pure gold. "Lay," the giant said a second time, and the goose laid another golden egg. "Lay," the giant commanded a third time, and the goose laid a third egg of gold. Jack's eyes grew wide as he watched through the keyhole. "A goose that lays golden eggs," he thought to himself. "Why, that would be a fine thing to have." Jack wondered how he might steal it. After a time, the giant's eyelids began to grow heavy, and soon he fell asleep right at the table. He snored so loudly that the walls of the castle shook. When Jack was quite sure that the giant was fast asleep, he crept out of the cupboard and tiptoed across the table. Then he snatched the goose that laid the golden eggs. With the magic goose under his arm, Jack leaped off the table and ran across the stone floor toward the door. Just as he reached it, however, the terrified goose cried, "Help! Help! I'm being stolen! Help!" The giant awoke with a start. When he spotted Jack with the goose, he came racing after them. "Stop!" the giant shouted. "Stop, thief! Give me back my goose!" But Jack didn't stop. He was too frightened to turn around. He kept running as fast as he could across the clouds to the giant beanstalk. At last, he saw the top of the beanstalk, and still clutching the magic goose, he started climbing down the beanstalk. But he had not gone far when the beanstalk began to sway violently. Looking up, Jack saw that the giant was coming down the beanstalk after him. Jack began to climb down faster. The giant began climbing down faster too. Just as the giant was about to catch up with him, Jack reached the bottom of the beanstalk. He saw his mother standing by the cottage door, and he called to her, "Mother, quick, fetch me the axe." His mother came running with the axe. Jack grabbed it and with a single blow chopped through the beanstalk. With a great groan, the beanstalk came crashing down, and the giant fell with it. Now, where the giant landed, no one knows. But Jack and his mother never saw him again. Jack showed his mother the goose that laid the golden eggs, and she fed it some dried corn. The goose was so happy to be free from the giant that it laid a golden egg, then another, and another. Jack took the golden eggs to market and traded them for food, and a new cow, and much more besides. And ever after Jack had climbed that giant beanstalk, he and his mother and the goose that laid the golden eggs all lived happily together. This is the story of Hansel and Gretel. In a small cottage at the edge of a large forest, there once lived a poor woodcutter with his second wife. Now this woodcutter had 2 children from his first marriage, a boy named Hansel and a girl named Gretel. Little by little, the woodcutter became poorer and poorer, until finally he did not have even enough money for food. One night, the woodcutter said to his wife, "What are we to do? We cannot feed our children or ourselves." "There is only one thing to do," his wife replied. we will give each of the children one last piece of bread. Then we must take them into the forest and leave them there. They can find their own food." "I cannot do that to my own children," the woodcutter cried. "They will die in the woods." But his wife nagged him until he agreed with her plan. Hansel and Gretel were awake, and they overheard their stepmother's words. Gretel began to cry. "Don't be afraid," her brother said. "I am sure I can think of a way to save us." After his parents were asleep, Hansel crept out of the house. In the garden, the moon shone brightly on the white pebbles, making them gleam like silver. Hansel filled his pockets with pebbles and went back inside. "Sleep in peace, dear Gretel," he said. "All will be well." Early the next morning, their stepmother shook them awake. "Get up! We're going into the forest to chop wood," she said. "Here is a piece of bread for your lunch, but don't eat it until then, for it's all you'll get." Gretel hid Hansel's piece of bread in her apron pocket, as Hansel's pockets were full of pebbles. Then they all started out into the forest. Along the way, Hansel kept turning and looking back at the cottage. "Come along," his father scolded. "Why are you dallying?" "Oh," Hansel replied, "I'm only saying goodbye to my white kitten who is sitting on the roof." "Don't be silly," said his stepmother. "That is not your kitten. That's only the sun shining on the roof." But Hansel was not really saying goodbye to his kitten. Each time he turned, he dropped a white pebble on the path. When they reached the middle of the forest, Hansel's father and stepmother made a big fire. "Stay here by the warm fire and eat your lunch, children," their stepmother said. "Your father and I are going farther into the forest to chop wood." So Hansel and Gretel sat by the fire and ate their bread. They believed their parents were close by, for they thought they heard the chopping of their father's axe. But it was only the wind knocking a dead branch against a tree. After a while, the children fell asleep. When they awoke, it was dark, and their parents were nowhere to be seen. Gretel began to sob, but Hansel said, "Do not fret, little sister. Wait till the moon rises." And when the moon rose, Hansel took Gretel's hand, and they followed the trail of white pebbles home. Their father threw his arms around his children, for he was sorry for having left them in the forest. But soon the family was hungry again. One night, Hansel and Gretel heard their stepmother say to their father, "We must get rid of the children. This time, we must take them so far into the forest that they will never find their way back." When his parents were asleep, Hansel tried to go outside to pick up pebbles. But this time, the door was locked. The next morning, Hansel and Gretel's stepmother gave them each a tiny piece of bread. Then they all set out into the forest. On the way, Hansel crumbled the bread in his pocket and scattered the crumbs along the path. When his father asked him why he was going so slowly, Hansel replied, "I am only saying goodbye to my pigeon who is cooing on the chimney." "Don't be silly," his stepmother scolded. "That's not your pigeon. That is only the sun shining on the chimney." But Hansel was not really saying goodbye to his pigeon. He was carefully sprinkling crumbs on the path until all his bread was gone. This time their parents took Hansel and Gretel to a part of the forest they had never seen before. Then the woodcutter made an even bigger fire. "Eat your bread by the warm fire," their stepmother said. "We are going to chop wood, and we will return for you when we are finished." Gretel shared her piece of bread with her brother. Then the two children grew drowsy and fell asleep. When they awoke, it was night. They called as loudly as they could for their father and stepmother, but no one came. Gretel began to cry, but Hansel said to her, "Wait until the moon rises. Then we will follow the breadcrumbs I scattered all the way home." But when the moon rose, there were no breadcrumbs to be found. The birds of the forest had eaten them all. "Let us just walk," Hansel said to Gretel. "We will find our way home, you'll see." But they walked all night long and could not find their way out of the forest. The next day, the children walked from dawn to dusk, and still they were lost in the great forest. Nothing they saw looked familiar. Hansel and Gretel were very hungry, for since finishing their bread, they had eaten nothing except the few nuts they found on the ground. By nightfall, they were too tired and weak to go any farther. They lay down at the foot of a tree and fell asleep. As soon as Hansel and Gretel awoke the next morning, they began walking. Their hearts were heavy, for they knew that if they did not find a way out of the forest soon, they would surely die there. Then Hansel and Gretel spotted a beautiful white bird perched on a low branch of a nearby tree. The bird began to sing. Its voice was so sweet that the children stopped to listen. Then the bird flapped its wings and came to fly just ahead of them. "It is almost as if it were trying to lead us somewhere," Hansel cried. The children followed the beautiful white bird through the forest until it brought them to a little house and alighted on its roof. When Hansel and Gretel drew closer, they saw that the house was made of gingerbread with a roof of raisin cake. The windows were made of sugar candy, and the eaves and sills were trimmed with sugar icing. Hansel turned to his sister and said, "Now we shall have a good meal. I'll eat the roof, and you start on the windows." Hansel broke off a corner of the roof, while Gretel knocked out a window pane. But just as they began eating, a gruff voice from inside the house cried, "Crunching and nibbling like a mouse? Who is eating up my house?" Hansel and Gretel replied, "It is just the wind on high, blowing, bumping through the sky." The children were so hungry they could not stop eating. Hansel tore another piece from the roof. Meanwhile, Gretel pulled off a windowsill and gobbled it down. Just then, the door of the gingerbread house flew open, and out hobbled an old woman with a cane. Hansel and Gretel were frightened, but the old woman said to them kindly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Come in." The old woman fed them apple pancakes with sugar and raisins. Then she led them to 2 snug little beds. Hansel and Gretel fell fast asleep, believing they were safe at last. But the old woman was not as kind as she seemed. She was really a wicked witch who invited children into her gingerbread house so that she could eat them. Early the next morning, the wicked witch shook Hansel awake. She took him to a dark cell beneath the house and locked him inside. Then the witch went back upstairs to wake Gretel. "Get up," she cackled. "There is work to do. You must cook food for your brother. I wish to make him nice and fat, and then I will eat him up." Gretel began to weep, but there was nothing she could do. Every day, Hansel was given plenty of good food: chicken and dumplings, thick stews and biscuits, and rich cakes of all kinds. Poor Gretel was fed only dry crusts of bread. Every day the witch went to Hansel's cell to see how fat he had become. "Stick out your finger," she said, "and let me see if you are plump yet." Instead of his finger, clever Hansel stuck out a chicken bone. The witch, who was very nearsighted, would feel the bone and go away grumbling because Hansel was still not fat enough to eat. The old witch grew impatient. one day she decided not to wait any more, and she began to prepare Hansel for eating. She called Gretel and said, "I wish to bake some bread. I have made the dough and lit the oven. Just crawl inside and tell me if it is hot enough yet." The witch meant to close the oven door as soon as Gretel was inside, and cook her too. But Gretel knew what the witch was thinking and asked, "How do I get in?" "How stupid you are," replied the witch. "Just crawl in. Watch how I do it." And she stuck her head in the oven. Quickly Gretel shoved the witch into the oven. Then she shut the door and bolted it. How the witch screamed! But Gretel paid no attention. She ran and unlocked the door to her brother's cell. "Oh, Hansel," she cried, "the wicked witch is dead, and we can leave this place." She threw her arms around her brother, and they both wept with joy. Now that the witch was dead, Hansel and Gretel decided to explore the gingerbread house. To their delight, they found chests full of gold and jewels. Hansel stuffed his pockets with the riches, and Gretel filled her apron. Then the two children walked into the forest. They walked all day. Toward evening, they reached the edge of the forest. They came upon a familiar path with flowers growing along it. "Look, Gretel," cried Hansel, "we're not lost anymore." In the distance, the children spotted their father's cottage. They began running toward it. When they burst through the door, they found their father sitting alone by the fireplace. The woodcutter was overjoyed to see his children again. His wife had died, and he had not smiled once since he had left Hansel and Gretel alone in the forest. The children showed him the gold and jewels they had found in the witch's house. Now they would all live happily ever after and never be hungry again. This is the story of the Bremen Town Musicians. Once there lived a donkey who had worked many long years for his master. One day the donkey overheard his master say, "That old donkey of mine is no good for anything. He can't even carry the sacks of grain to the mill anymore. I'm just going to have to get rid of that bag of bones somehow." When the donkey heard that, he decided that he'd better run away. He liked music very much and had heard that Bremen was a very musical town, so he thought he would go there and become a town musician. The donkey had not gone very far when he came upon an old dog. The dog was lying panting in the middle of the road. "Hello there, old hound," said the donkey. "Why are you lying there out of breath?" "Oh," sighed the dog, "because I'm old and weak. I'm not much good at hunting anymore, so my master decided to get rid of me. I got wise to his plans and ran away, but now I don't know what to do." "Don't let that get you down," said the donkey. "Why don't you come with me? I'm going to Bremen to be a town musician. We could team up. I'll play the guitar and you can play the drums. How about it?" "That sounds fine to me," said the dog. So he and the donkey continued on together. After a time, they came upon an old cat. She was sitting by the side of the road, sighing. "What's the matter, Whiskers?" asked the donkey. "You look as if you've forgotten how to smile." "I don't have much to smile about," sniffed the cat. "I'm getting on in years. My teeth aren't as sharp as they once were, and I'm not as fast as I used to be. These days, I'd rather sit by the fire and sleep than run around and catch mice. My mistress threatened to drown me, but I escaped just in time. But now I don't know how I'll earn my milk." "Don't worry about that," said the donkey. Why don't you join us? We're on our way to Bremen to be town musicians. I know you have a great voice, and we'd be happy to have you come with us. What do you say?"
Sounds like a good idea,
said the cat. So she joined the donkey and dog on the road to Bremen. Soon the three friends came to a farmyard. A cock sat on the gate, crowing at the top of his lungs. "What's on your mind, old red comb?" called the donkey. "You're raising such a racket, you're making my ears hurt."
I'm sorry about that, said the cock. It's only that, well, I learned today that my mistress is having company tomorrow, and she wants to cook me in a stew. Since tomorrow morning my head will be chopped off, I want to crow while I still can.
"That doesn't sound good," said the donkey. "Why don't you come with us instead? We're on our way to Bremen to be town musicians. We could certainly use a singer like you. I just know that if we all played together, we'd come up with some great tunes. Will you join us?"
I think I will,
said the cock. The four friends continued on the road to Bremen. But the town was too far away to reach in a single day. As the sun was setting, they found themselves at the edge of a forest. "Oh dear," said the donkey, "we'd better look for a place to stay. I hope we find a place where I can get a bite to eat and a bed of straw." "And I hope we find a place where I can get a bone or two to gnaw on," said the dog.
I hope we find someplace warm, said the cat. I'd like a place that has some corn to peck and a roof to roost on, said the cock. Perhaps I'll fly to that treetop and look around. So the cock flew to the top of the tree and looked north, south, east, and west. Soon he came flying down. "There's a light over there," he reported, pointing with his claw. "I think it's a house." "That sounds good to me," said the donkey. "Let's go." So the four animals set out in the direction of the light. Soon they came to a house with all its lights blazing. As he was the tallest, the donkey trotted up and peered through the window. "What do you see, donkey?" the others asked. Said the donkey. "We've come to a house full of robbers, that's clear. I can see them inside sitting around a table and stuffing themselves with food." "Really?" said the dog. His ears pricked up at the mention of food, for he was very hungry. "Yes," replied the donkey. "How I wish we could get inside." "We must come up with a plan," said the cat. "Yes, indeed," agreed the cock. So the four friends thought and thought. And finally, the donkey had an idea. He laid his front hooves on the windowsill. The old dog jumped on his back. The cat climbed up on the dog's back, and the cock flew up and perched on the cat's head. When they were all in place, the donkey gave a signal, and the four animals began making music together. And what music it was! The donkey brayed and the dog howled, the cat meowed and the cock crowed. They made their music as loudly as they possibly could, while the donkey rattled the window with his hooves. The robbers jumped up in terror from the table. "What is it?" shrieked one. "A monster!" screamed a second. "Listen to the noise it makes!" "Perhaps it's a ghost!" yelled a third. "Oh no!" they all cried. Then the robbers ran into the woods, and they didn't stop to look back once. After the robbers had gone, the four friends went into the house. They sat right down at the table and ate all the food that was left. They ate and ate until they were full. Then the donkey began to yawn. "I don't know about the rest of you," he said, "but I think I'm going to find myself a nice bed." "Me too," said the dog. "I could use a snooze myself," purred the cat. "So could I," said the cock. So they all went off to find a comfortable place to sleep. The donkey went into the yard and stretched out on a pile of straw. The dog flopped down behind the door. The cat
curled up in front of the fire. The cock flew up to the roof to roost. Within moments, all 4 friends were fast asleep. Sometime later, the robbers noticed that the lights in the house were out and everything was quiet. "We should never have run away so quickly," grumbled the chief robber. He ordered one of his men to steal back to the house and see whether anyone was there. The robber was afraid, but he couldn't say no to his chief. When the robber reached the house, he found it dark and silent. So he tiptoed into the kitchen to get a light from the fireplace. He mistook the glowing eyes of the cat for live coals and leaned down to light a match from them. But the cat was in no mood for such games. With a hiss, she leaped at the man's face and scratched him. "Ouch!" the robber screamed, and he ran for the back door. There, he stumbled over the dog, who jumped up and bit him in the leg. "Help! Help!" cried the terrified robber as he ran out the door and dashed across the yard. There, he bumped into the pile of straw and woke up the donkey. "What's this?" the donkey thought, and gave the robber a hard kick. That woke up the cock, who crowed from the rooftop with all his might. At this, the robber ran back to his chief as fast as he could. "That house is terrible," he chattered, trembling all over. "There's a mean witch in the kitchen. She hissed at me and almost scratched out my eyes with her fingernails. Behind the door there's a man with a knife. Look, he stabbed me in the leg. Out in the yard there's a monster with an iron club, and he beat me black and blue. And on the roof there sits a judge who looked at me and cried, 'Hang that robber at once!' I managed to escape this time, but I'll never ever go back." When the robbers heard that, they decided never to go near the house again. But the 4 Bremen Town musicians decided they liked the house very much. "Why should we go somewhere else," said the donkey, "when we can make beautiful music right here?" The dog and the cat and the cock agreed. So the 4 friends stayed on in the robber's house, and they were very happy. Indeed, for all I know, they are still there. This is the story of Beauty and the Beast. There was once a rich merchant who, through no fault of his own, lost his entire fortune. All he had left was a small house in the country, where he and his family would now have to live. The merchant had 3 daughters. The youngest was so lovely that everyone called her Beauty. The merchant had always given his daughters the best of everything, and the 2 eldest girls were very spoiled. They hated their new home and did nothing but complain about it. Beauty, however, tried to make the best of things. A year had passed in this way when the merchant received some good news. One of his ships, which he had believed lost, had come into port with all its cargo safe and sound. Beauty's sisters were overjoyed. They were sure the family would soon be as rich as before. As their father prepared to leave for town, they begged him to bring them back fine silk dresses and jeweled necklaces. But Beauty asked for nothing. The merchant noticed her silence. "How about you, Beauty? What would you like?" "I only wish you to come home safely, Father," the girl replied. "But there must be something I can bring you," said Beauty's father. "Very well," she said. "Bring me a rose. None grow here, and I am so fond of them." So the merchant set off for town. When he arrived, he learned that all the cargo had been stolen. There was nothing for him to do but turn around and head home. When the merchant was only a few miles from home, a terrible storm blew up. The snow fell so heavily that the merchant could not go on. He looked for shelter, but there was none in the forest. He was growing desperate when he spotted a path through the trees. He steered his horse onto it. As he went down the path, the snow cleared and the air grew warmer. Soon the merchant was on a paved road. On either side were orange trees, heavy with ripe fruit. How strange, he thought. He kept going until he came to a white marble palace. The gates were open, and the palace was entirely lit. The merchant wandered through the rooms, but he could find no one at home. He stopped in a room with a blazing fire. Thinking the fire must have been made for someone who would soon appear, he sat down before it and fell asleep. The merchant awoke in the morning to find a full breakfast set out for him. He hungrily devoured it, then walked through the palace once again, looking for his mysterious host. But he could find no one. Finally, he decided to be on his way and went outside to find his horse. In the garden, the merchant saw a rose bush covered with beautiful flowers. At least, I can bring Beauty her gift, he thought as he plucked one. Then, a terrible voice above him said, "Thief, is this how you repay the beast's kindness? That rose will cost you your life." The merchant turned to see a fearsome beast looming over him. "Please forgive me, sir," he cried, falling to his knees. "I only wished to bring a rose to my daughter, Beauty." Then he told the beast his story. When the merchant had finished, the beast said, "Very well, I will spare your life, but one of your daughters must agree to take your place." The merchant was horrified, but he accepted the condition, and the beast let him go, still carrying the rose for Beauty. When the merchant reached home, his daughters eagerly ran to meet him. He gave them the sad news that he was as poor as ever. Then he handed Beauty her rose. "Here is what you asked for," he sighed, "but you cannot imagine what it cost." His daughters asked him to explain. Upon hearing his story, the two elder daughters turned on Beauty. "It is all your fault," they said. "You had to ask for a rose, and now look what you have done." "I know," Beauty replied, "and so it is only fair that I go to the beast in my father's place." Her father said he would not allow her to do this, but Beauty stood firm. After a week had passed, Beauty and her father set out for the beast's palace. The journey passed quickly. Soon they were walking down the road lined with orange trees. Although Beauty was frightened, she could not help marveling at the beast's gardens. They were full of fruit and flowers, even though it was winter. As before, the palace was beautifully lit, but there was no one to be seen. Inside, a fire blazed in the same room, and a big meal had been set out. But Beauty and her father were both too upset to eat. After a while, the door opened, and in walked the beast. The beast was horrible to look at, but Beauty greeted him politely. He asked her if she had come willingly, and she replied in a steady voice, "Yes, beast." The beast then told the merchant to go home, and he gave him 2 chests of gold to take with him. Beauty and her father thought they would never see each other again. They embraced, and the merchant reluctantly rode away. Beauty expected the beast to kill her at once, but he left her alone. When it grew dark, Beauty found herself before a room with her name written above it in gold letters. The room had a graceful bed and a matching dressing table. The wardrobe was full of lovely gowns. Surely the beast would not give me these things if he meant to kill me, Beauty thought. Then, feeling much better, she fell asleep. The next morning, Beauty awoke to find breakfast set out for her. All day long she amused herself by wandering through the palace. Sometimes she heard music and voices, but she saw no one. When evening came, Beauty found a delicious supper waiting for her in her room. She was just sitting down to eat when the beast knocked at her door. "Beauty," he said softly, "may I please watch you eat?" Beauty trembled with fear, but she replied bravely, "Yes, beast." So the beast sat beside her, and they spoke of many things. To Beauty's surprise, the beast was a pleasant companion. But at the end of the meal, the beast asked, "Do you love me, Beauty? Will you marry me?" "How can I answer?" Beauty said. "Tell the truth," replied the beast. "Then no, dear beast," Beauty replied gently. "I cannot marry you." "Very well," the beast said sadly. Every night, the beast asked Beauty the same question, and even though she refused him, he treated her very kindly. Soon Beauty began to enjoy living in the palace. Whenever she wished for anything, some embroidery thread or a kitten to keep her company, her wish was granted at once. She also grew very fond of the beast, who was kind and generous to her. Despite his dreadful appearance, Beauty looked forward to the evenings when he would sit with her. Yet Beauty missed her family, especially her dear father, and she slowly grew pale and ill from longing. At last, the beast asked her what was wrong. "I only wish I could see my family again, dear beast," Beauty replied. The beast sighed. "If you go," he said mournfully, "it will be the death of me." "But I will only go for a month," Beauty promised. "Then I will come back and stay with you always." "Then go," said the beast, "but be sure to keep your promise, or you will find me dead." The beast gave Beauty a silver ring and told her to put it on that night and wish she were home. "Tomorrow morning you will be there," the beast said, "and when you wish to come back to me, put the ring on your finger when you go to bed. Then turn it once and say, 'I wish to be with my dear beast again.' By morning, you will be here." That night, Beauty filled a trunk with gifts for her father and sisters. Then she put on the ring and wished herself home. The next morning, she was there. Her father was overjoyed. Her sisters pretended they were too. But secretly they were jealous of Beauty because the beast had given her many expensive and beautiful things. One day, Beauty carelessly told them that she had promised the beast to return in a month. "Let us make her stay longer," said one of her sisters. "Then the beast may get angry with her and not let her come back." When it came time for Beauty to go, her sisters burst into tears. "If you leave, we shall die of grief," they wailed. So Beauty stayed one day, and then another, and another. But she began to worry about the beast. One night, Beauty had a terrible dream. In it, the beast appeared before her and said, "Beauty, you broke your promise, and now I shall die." Terrified, Beauty woke with a start. She placed the ring on her finger, turned it once, and said, "I wish to be back with my dear beast again." The next morning, Beauty was in the beast's palace. All day she waited for evening, when the Beast would visit her. But evening came, and the Beast did not appear. Beauty ran through the palace, calling his name, to no avail. Next, she ran into the garden. There, she saw the Beast lying very still beneath the rose bushes. Beauty ran to him. "He is dead," she sobbed, "and it is all because of me." Just then, the Beast's eyes opened. "Oh, Beast," Beauty cried, "I am so glad you are still alive. I never knew how much I loved you until this moment." "Can you really love an ugly beast like myself?" the Beast asked. "Yes," Beauty replied. "Will you marry me, Beauty?" "Yes, I will, dear Beast." Then there was a bright flash of light, and the Beast vanished. In his place stood a handsome prince. He told Beauty that he had been placed under a spell by a wicked fairy. He was doomed to remain in the form of a hideous beast until some maiden should fall in love with him. Beauty's love had broken the spell, and now the prince wished to marry her. The prince took Beauty back to the palace and introduced her to his mother and father, who, under the wicked fairy's spell, had been invisible. Then Beauty sent for her father and her sisters. She told them of the prince's spell and the coming wedding. And so the marriage of Beauty and her prince was celebrated with great joy, and they lived happily ever after. This is the story of Rapunzel. There once lived a man and his wife who longed with all their hearts to have a child. At last, their wish was granted, and they were both glad. Now, this couple's cottage had a window that overlooked a high stone wall. On the other side of the wall was a beautiful garden. This garden belonged to a wicked witch, and no one dared enter it. One day, as the woman was gazing out the window and down into the garden, she happened to see some Rapunzel. The Rapunzel leaves looked so fresh and green that the woman could not help wanting some. How tasty it would be, she thought, and her mouth began to water. The woman knew she could not possibly have any of the witch's Rapunzel, yet her longing for it grew stronger each day. At last, she became so pale and ill, her husband grew worried and asked her what was wrong. "Ah," sighed the woman, "if I do not get some of the Rapunzel from the witch's garden, I will surely die." The man loved his wife and did not want her to become ill, so he decided he must get her the Rapunzel. That night, he climbed over the high stone wall and into the witch's garden. He plucked a handful of the Rapunzel and quickly returned to his cottage. The woman prepared a salad of the Rapunzel and devoured it at once. But the Rapunzel was so delicious that her desire only grew stronger. Her husband became afraid his wife would surely die if she could not have more Rapunzel. So that night, he once again climbed over the high stone wall and into the witch's garden. Just as he was about to pick a handful of the Rapunzel, he looked up to see the witch standing over him. "How dare you, you thief!" the witch screamed at him. "Who do you think you are that you may steal Rapunzel from my garden? I will make you pay dearly for this." The man fell to his knees and begged the witch for mercy. "I only stole the Rapunzel for my dear wife," he cried. "I was afraid she would die if she could not have some, and she is about to bear our child." When the witch heard about the child, she quickly grew calm. "If what you say is true," she said, "you may take as much of my Rapunzel as you like, on one condition. You must give me the child your wife is about to bear. Do not be afraid. I will take good care of your child and love it as a mother would." Since there was nothing else he could do, the poor man agreed. When his wife gave birth to a girl, the witch took the child away. The witch named the child Rapunzel and brought her up as her own. Rapunzel grew to be a most beautiful child. Even the blazing sun was in awe of her beauty, as was the shy silvery moon. When Rapunzel was 12, the witch shut the girl in a high tower in the middle of the forest, so no one would ever steal her away. This tower had no door and no staircase. Instead, there was a single window at the very top. Whenever the witch wanted to visit Rapunzel, she would stand beneath this window and call up, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Then Rapunzel, whose golden hair had never been cut, would wind her long, long braid around a hook at the top of the window. Next, she would let it tumble down to the ground like a thick golden rope. Then the witch would climb up it as if it were a ladder and visit with the girl. One day, a handsome young prince was wandering in the forest near Rapunzel's tower. As the prince rode past the tower, he heard someone singing in a pure, sweet voice. It was Rapunzel, who often passed her lonely days singing to herself. The prince stopped to listen. The singing was very beautiful, but there was something sad about it, too. The prince found himself longing to meet the singer. He rode around the tower looking for a door or a staircase, but he could find no way inside. At last, as it was growing dark, he rode home. But the prince could not forget Rapunzel's singing, so he returned to the tower the very next day. The prince was listening to Rapunzel's singing from behind a tree when the old witch appeared. The prince watched while she called up to the high window, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The prince was amazed to see a braid of thick golden hair tumble out the window. Then he saw how the witch climbed up it into the tower. "So that is how it is done," the prince said to himself. As soon as the witch had climbed down and left, the prince ran to the tower. Then he called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Immediately, Rapunzel let down her shining golden braid. The prince quickly climbed up it and was soon standing in Rapunzel's tower room. At first, Rapunzel was very frightened of the prince, for she had never seen a man before. "Who are you?" she cried, backing away. The prince told Rapunzel his name. Then, speaking to her gently, he said, "Your singing so touched my heart that I could not live in peace until I met you." As he talked, Rapunzel began to lose her fear. Indeed, he was a much more charming companion than the witch. After that, the prince visited Rapunzel daily, but only in the evening, since the witch came during the day. Soon the two young people grew to love each other. One day the prince asked Rapunzel if she would marry him. "Yes," Rapunzel replied, "I will gladly marry you. But first, I must find a way to escape this tower." Then Rapunzel told the prince that every time he visited, he must bring her some strong silk thread. "I will ply it into rope," she said, "and when it is finished, I will climb down from the tower, and we can be together always." Every day the prince brought a skein of silk thread. The witch suspected nothing. Finally, the rope was almost finished. Then, one day when the witch came to see Rapunzel, the girl carelessly said, "Oh, Granny, why does it take you so much longer to climb up here than it does the prince?" "What are you saying, you wicked child?" the witch snapped. "Nothing," stammered the girl, realizing what she had done. But it was too late. "I shut you away from the world, and still you have managed to betray me!" the witch shrieked. The witch seized Rapunzel's one braid in her right hand and twisted it tight. Then with her left hand she took a pair of scissors and snip! She cut off Rapunzel's long golden braid. Then the witch took the weeping Rapunzel far away to a barren desert. There she left the girl to live in poverty and misery. That evening the prince came to the tower and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The long shining hair came cascading down as usual, and the prince climbed up to the window. Inside the tower he found waiting for him not his dear Rapunzel, but the wicked witch. "Your beautiful songbird has flown away," the witch crooned mockingly. "The cat has got her, and now the cat's going to scratch out your eyes." Then she rushed at the prince. In his grief and confusion, he leaped out the window. Some bushes broke his fall and saved his life, but their sharp thorns put out both his eyes. For several years the prince wandered blind and almost out of his mind with sorrow. By chance, he came to the desert place where Rapunzel was living. He heard a pure, lovely, familiar voice singing a sad song. It was Rapunzel, and as the prince drew close, she recognized him. She threw her arms around his neck and began to weep. When her tears fell into his eyes, his sight became clear again, and the prince saw his dear Rapunzel. He took her to his kingdom, where they were married, and they both lived happily together. Story of the Emperor's New Clothes. There once was an emperor who loved new clothes. He spent all his money on clothes and had a different suit for every hour of the day. Unlike other emperors, he cared nothing for his soldiers or his fortresses, nor did he enjoy going to the theater or reading books. No, the emperor loved clothes more than anything else and was always busy adding to his wardrobe. The emperor lived in a bustling city with a huge marketplace. Visitors came there from all over the world, so it was not surprising that one day 2 swindlers also arrived. When these swindlers learned how fond the emperor was of new clothes, they let it be known that they were famous weavers and that the cloth they made was the finest in the world. Not only were the colors and patterns remarkably beautiful, but the cloth possessed a magical quality. Clothes made from it were completely invisible to anyone who was a fool or unfit for his or her job. Soon everyone in the city was talking about the marvelous cloth, and of course the emperor came to hear about it too. A suit made of such cloth would be a wonderful thing to have, the emperor thought. With a suit like that, I would be able to tell at once who was clever and who was stupid, and whether the people in my court were really fit for their jobs. I must order a suit of this cloth at once." So the emperor summoned the two swindlers to his palace. Then he gave them a large bag of gold so that they would begin work right away. The swindlers set up their looms in a room in the palace. They ordered the finest silk in all the colors of the rainbow and thread of silver and gold. But they did not use any of this. Instead, they hid it all away. Then they pretended to be hard at work on their empty looms. After a time, the emperor wondered how the marvelous cloth was coming along. He was about to go see for himself when he remembered that the cloth would be invisible to anyone who was a fool or unfit for his or her office. Now, the emperor was quite sure he himself had nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, he thought it might be wise to send someone else to look at the cloth first. "I shall send my honest old minister to look at it," the emperor thought. "He's very clever, and he knows his job better than anyone." So the honest old minister went to the room where the swindlers were working. The minister entered the room and was startled to see the swindlers bent over empty looms. "Goodness gracious," he thought, "I can't see anything at all." He rubbed his eyes and opened them as wide as possible. But it did no good. He could not see even a thread of the marvelous cloth. "Oh no," the honest old minister thought. "I never would have believed it. Can it be that I'm a fool or unfit for my position?" The thought of it was so dreadful that the old minister decided not to say a word about his experience to anyone. "Do tell us what you think of our lovely cloth," said the swindlers as they bent over their looms. It's very beautiful indeed," stammered the minister. "What fine colors! What an exquisite pattern! I've never seen anything like it." "We thought you would be impressed," said the swindlers. They described the colors and unusual pattern in great detail. The minister listened very carefully so that he would be able to repeat every word to the emperor. Then he went and told the emperor that the cloth was truly marvelous, the finest he had ever seen. The emperor was delighted. He sent the swindlers another bag of gold and more fine silk and gold and silver thread. As before, the swindlers hid this all away. Then they pretended to work harder than ever on the empty looms. A while later, the emperor again wondered how the marvelous cloth was coming. This time, the emperor decided to send his most trusted courtier to have a look at it. Like the old minister before him, the courtier looked and rubbed his eyes and looked again. But no matter what he did, he could see nothing at all. "Don't you find the cloth exquisite?" asked the swindlers. "Have you ever seen such colors or such a pattern before?" "How can this be?" the courtier thought. "I know I am not stupid. Can I be unfit for my position? How terrible! I must not let anyone know of this." So the courtier praised the cloth highly. "Never have I seen anything to compare with it," he said. And that was exactly what he told the emperor. Now everyone in the city could speak of nothing but the marvelous cloth. So the emperor decided to go see it for himself. The emperor followed by all his courtiers and ministers, went to the swindler's room. When the emperor walked in, the swindlers appeared to be hard at work over the empty looms. "Isn't the cloth breathtaking?" said the honest old minister. "Has your majesty ever seen such a delicate and unusual pattern?" On and on he went, imagining that all the others could see the beautiful cloth. The emperor blinked and rubbed his eyes, but he could see nothing at all. "Oh dear," he thought, "can I be a fool? Am I unfit to be emperor? This is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. No one must ever suspect." Then he said to the swindlers, "I couldn't be more delighted. The cloth is absolutely magnificent." "Stupendously beautiful," chimed his courtiers. "Excellent in every way," said his ministers. Then they advised the emperor to order a suit of the cloth to be ready to wear in the great procession planned for that very week. So the emperor did. He gave the swindlers even more gold and appointed them royal weavers to the empire. On the day before the procession, the two swindlers appeared to be working frantically to finish the emperor's new suit. All day long, they cut through the air with scissors and sewed with needles that had no thread. Everyone noticed that the candles in their workroom burned all night long. At last, when morning came, the swindlers announced, "The emperor's suit is now finished." The emperor, followed by the entire court, proceeded to the swindler's room. The swindlers bowed when the emperor entered. Then they held up their empty hands. "Look," they said, "here is the emperor's new jacket, and here is the emperor's new vest, and here are the emperor's new trousers." All the courtiers and ministers nodded their heads in wonder. "What a beautiful suit," they all said. "Truly splendid." The emperor nodded too. "Yes, indeed," he said. "I couldn't be more pleased." "And see how cleverly the suit is made," the swindlers said. "Feel this jacket. It is as light as air." "Why, yes, so it is," said the emperor. "Now," said the swindlers, "will your majesty be so kind as to undress, please, so that your majesty may put on your new suit of clothes?" They led the emperor to a large mirror. Then they helped him take off his clothes and pretended to put on his new suit, piece by piece. First the trousers, then the shirt, then the vest, and then the jacket. "There!" they exclaimed when they were done. "Doesn't the new suit fit your majesty to perfection?" The emperor stared at himself in the mirror. He could not see a thing, but he dared not admit it. "Ah, yes," he said, admiring his reflection. "It looks very nice. Doesn't my new suit become me?" he asked his courtiers and ministers. "Oh, yes," they agreed. "Your majesty has never looked so splendid in any other clothes." "And does the pattern really suit me?" asked the emperor, feeling a little uneasy. "No other pattern could possibly suit you so well," said his courtiers. "Very true," said his ministers. Then the servants who were to carry the emperor's train stepped forward. As they could not see the cloth, they pretended to hold the train in their hands, and the procession began. the emperor marched under his splendid red velvet canopy, and his servants and footmen marched after him. He marched out of the palace gates and through the city streets. The streets were lined with people, for everyone wanted to see the emperor's new clothes. As the emperor passed, everyone cried, "Look how splendid the emperor's new suit is! Such colors, such a pattern!" Not a one of them dared let their neighbors know that he could see nothing. They might be thought fools or unfit for their jobs, and that would be dreadful. So they all praised the emperor's new clothes as loudly as they could. Never had any of the emperor's clothes caused such a stir. Then a small child cried out, "But, Mother, the emperor has nothing on!" "Shh!" said the child's mother. But then she looked again at the emperor and said, "Why, it's true! The emperor has nothing on!" One of her neighbors overheard her and began shouting it too. Then all the people shouted at once, "But the emperor has nothing on!" The emperor could not help hearing them. He blushed bright red, for he realized it was true. But what could he do? So he stood up even straighter and kept walking, wearing only his crown and underclothes. Meanwhile, the emperor's servants marched behind him, holding his imaginary train as if nothing were wrong. And so ends the story of the emperor's new clothes. This is the story of Cinderella. Once upon a time, there lived a rich man whose wife had died. After a time, he married again. His second wife was very proud and ill-tempered, and she had 2 daughters who were just like her. Now, this man had a daughter from his first marriage. She was very good and beautiful, which made her stepmother and stepsisters jealous. It wasn't long before the stepmother and her daughters began to treat the poor girl very badly. They made her do the cooking and cleaning and gave her only an old gray smock to wear. Instead of sleeping in a bed, she had to sleep on the hearth among the cinders. And that was how she came to be called Cinderella. One day, Cinderella's stepsisters received invitations to a ball that the king was giving for his son. All the young ladies of the kingdom were invited, for the prince wished to choose one of them as his bride. Cinderella's stepsisters were overjoyed. From that moment on, they could talk of nothing except what they would wear to the ball. "I shall wear my gold-embroidered gown," said the elder. "The prince will surely notice me in that." "And I shall wear my red velvet gown," said the younger. "Mother has always told me I look best in red." And on they talked and planned. They were each determined to be the most beautiful lady at the ball. At last, the day arrived. All day, Cinderella's stepsisters shouted orders at her. "Cinderella, iron my silk petticoat," said one. "Curl my hair," said the other. "Tie this ribbon," said the first. "Polish my shoes," said the other. Cinderella didn't complain, but did their every bidding. At last, her stepsisters were dressed and ready. As she saw them to the door, Cinderella could not help but sigh, "How I wish I were going to the ball." Her stepsisters stared at her. "You?" mocked the elder. "What an idea! How could you go to the ball?" "Besides, whatever would you wear?" said the younger. "Your tattered gray dress with your patched apron?" They both burst into laughter and stepped into their coach. After her stepsisters had gone, Cinderella sat by the hearth and cried. Then a voice beside her asked, "Cinderella, why are you crying?" Cinderella looked up. There stood an old woman wearing a blue dress covered with silver stars. In her hand she held a sparkling wand. "I'm crying because," she stammered. "Because you would like to go to the ball," the old woman finished for her. "And so you shall. I am your fairy godmother, and I have come here tonight to make all your wishes come true." Before Cinderella could say another word, her fairy godmother led her into the pumpkin patch in the garden. "First, we must choose a large, round pumpkin," she said. "That one looks about right." As Cinderella watched in amazement, her fairy godmother waved her magic wand over the pumpkin, and it was transformed into a gold coach. "Now," said Cinderella's fairy godmother, "let us find the mouse trap and see if there are any mice." Inside the trap were 6 gray mice. The fairy godmother waved her magic wand again, and in the twinkling of an eye, they were turned into 6 fine dappled horses. "Now, let's look in the rat trap," said the fairy godmother. Inside, there was a fat white rat. The fairy godmother touched it with her wand, and instead there stood a jolly coachman with wonderful long whiskers. "Now, go to the lily pond," Cinderella's fairy godmother told her. "If you find 6 frogs sitting on a log, bring them to me." And Cinderella did so. With a wave of her magic wand, her fairy godmother turned the frogs into 6 merry footmen, all dressed in handsome suits of green. Cinderella was overjoyed, but then she looked down at her old gray smock, and her face fell. "Don't worry," her fairy godmother said kindly. "I have thought of that too." She waved her magic wand once more, and the tattered gray smock became the most beautiful gown Cinderella had ever seen. The dress was made of silver and gold and was studded with precious gems. Then her fairy godmother brought from her pocket a pair of sparkling glass slippers. "Now you are ready to go to the ball," she said with a smile. "But be warned, you must return before the clock strikes 12. At that hour, my magic will fade. Your gold coach will turn back into a pumpkin. Your horses will be mice, your coachman a rat, and your footmen only frogs. And your beautiful gown will once again be a tattered gray smock." Cinderella gave her promise. Then she thanked her fairy godmother and set off happily to the king's palace. When Cinderella entered the king's great ballroom, she looked so lovely that everyone stopped talking and eating to look at her. "Who can she be?" they whispered. Her stepsisters, who did not recognize her, said that Cinderella must be a princess from a faraway land.
Who else would be wearing such a splendid gown?
They murmured. The prince had never seen such a beautiful lady. Immediately, he introduced himself to her and asked her to dance. Cinderella smiled and nodded. She danced so gracefully that everyone stopped dancing and watched her in admiration. All night long, the prince danced with Cinderella, and Cinderella only. She had never been so happy. She felt as if she were in a beautiful dream. Cinderella was enjoying herself so much that she did not notice the time passing. Suddenly the clock began to strike 12. "Goodbye!" she called to the startled prince as she dashed from the ballroom. The prince ran after her, but Cinderella was too quick for him. In her haste, she lost one of her sparkling glass slippers on the palace steps. But there was no time to stop for anything. Just as she reached the gate, the last stroke of midnight rang out. Her beautiful gown turned back into her old gray smock, and her gold coach became a pumpkin. She watched as the mice and the frogs and the rat scurried off, and then she slowly walked home. The next morning, the prince found Cinderella's glass slipper on the palace steps. It was the most delicate slipper he had ever seen. He carefully picked it up and carried it to his father. "I will marry only the woman whose foot this slipper fits, and no other," he told the king. At once, the king sent his servants throughout the kingdom to try the glass slipper on each lady. All sorts of young ladies, tall and short, plump and thin, rich and poor, tried on the beautiful glass slipper, but not one of them could get it to fit. At last, the king's servants came to Cinderella's house. Her two stepsisters were eager to try on the slipper, since they both considered their feet to be small and dainty. First, the elder stepsister tried to get the slipper on, but it would not even go over her toes. She pushed and pulled, but it was no use. Then the younger stepsister tried it on. She tugged and winced, but she could not get the slipper on over her heel. Then Cinderella said, "May I try too?" Her stepsisters rolled their eyes and said, "The slipper will never fit you." But the king's servant said that it was only right that she be allowed to try. So Cinderella stretched out her foot. The stepsisters were surprised. The glass slipper fit Cinderella's foot so perfectly, it might just as well have been made for her. To their further amazement, Cinderella reached into her pocket and brought out the matching glass slipper. At that moment, Cinderella's fairy godmother appeared, but only Cinderella could see her. With a wave of her magic wand, she turned Cinderella's rags into a gown even more beautiful than the one she had worn to the ball. Her stepsisters then recognized Cinderella as the lovely princess from the ball. They knelt before her and apologized for treating her so badly. Then Cinderella, who was as kind as she was beautiful, said, "It's all right, sisters. I forgive you both." The king's servants took Cinderella to the palace to see the prince. He was overjoyed to see her again and asked her to become his dear wife. Cinderella and her prince were married that very day. Everyone in the kingdom was invited, even Cinderella's stepmother and stepsisters. It was the most splendid and joyful wedding anyone had ever seen, and Cinderella and her prince lived happily ever after. This is the story of the Ugly Duckling. One lovely summer day, on the bank of a quiet pond beside an old farmhouse, a duck sat on her nest, waiting for her eggs to hatch. First, a crack appeared on one egg, then on another, and another. Little ducklings began to poke their heads out of the shells. The mother duck was delighted, until she noticed that one egg still had not hatched. This egg was larger than the others, and a dull gray color. The mother duck sighed. She was about to sit on the nest a while longer, when one of the older ducks in the pond came by. She asked the mother duck about her ducklings and then said, "I wouldn't bother trying to hatch that egg if I were you. It looks like a turkey egg to me. I hatched one once by mistake, and it caused me no end of trouble. Leave that egg alone, and come, teach your ducklings to swim." But the mother duck replied that she had been sitting on her nest so long already. A little more time wouldn't matter. And she settled onto her nest and waited patiently. Presently, the mother duck heard a sharp crack, and out popped the last duckling. But what a strange duckling he was! He was twice as big as the others, and had gray feathers instead of yellow. Even his mother had to admit he was rather ugly. Oh dear, she thought, perhaps it was a turkey egg after all. The next morning, she led her ducklings to the pond to teach them how to swim. The ugly duckling jumped right in the water and swam with no trouble. "Well, he can't be a turkey if he can swim as well as that," his mother said to herself. "Besides, if you look at him properly, he isn't so ugly." Feeling very proud, the mother duck called her ducklings out of the water. Then she led them to the barnyard to introduce them to the other ducks. "Be sure to behave yourselves," she told them as they walked through the grass. "And don't forget to say quack and bow politely to everyone." In the barnyard, the ducklings did as they were told. They bowed politely to everyone and said quack. The other ducks looked them over carefully. "Your ducklings are all very well behaved," one of the old ducks said at last. "And they are all very pretty, except for that big gray one. He is the ugliest duckling I've ever seen." All the other ducks in the barnyard agreed, and even the ugly duckling's brothers and sisters began to make fun of him. "He is ugly," replied his mother, "but he is clever and polite and means no harm." "Very well," sniffed the other ducks. "He can stay, so long as he stays out of sight." The other ducklings quickly made themselves at home, but from that moment on, everyone in the barnyard was mean to the ugly duckling. His brothers and sisters kicked him and bit him. The older ducks chased him. The hens and roosters pecked him. One day, even his mother admitted that she wished he had never been born. When he heard that, the ugly duckling decided to run away, and he flew over the hedge and into the fields. He soon came to the marsh where the wild ducks lived, and there he fell asleep. When he awoke, the wild ducks were standing around him, staring curiously. "What are you?" they said. "We have never seen a duck like you before." "I don't know myself," replied the ugly duckling shyly. "It is only that you are so very ugly," said the wild ducks. "But you seem nice enough, so you may stay with us if you like." The grateful ugly duckling flew with the wild ducks over the marsh. Suddenly, there were loud popping sounds. Hunters in the marsh below were firing their guns at the wild ducks. The poor ducks all dropped into the water, dead. The ugly duckling was terrified and hid among the reeds. A hunting dog ran past him, baring his fangs, but the dog did not stop. "Oh," the ugly duckling thought sadly, "I am so ugly that even a dog won't bite me." He sat very still until the hunters left. Then he flew alone toward the forest. The ugly duckling flew until he was so tired that he could hardly flap his wings. It was evening by then, and a storm was gathering. Soon rain began to fall. Cold and hungry, the ugly duckling was happy to see the light of a cottage ahead. He flew toward it, and finding the door open, he went inside. The cottage belonged to an old woman who lived there with her big tomcat and her prize red hen. When they saw the ugly duckling, the hen began to cluck and the cat began to hiss. "What is it?" cried the old woman, who was very nearsighted. When she caught sight of the ugly duckling, she thought he was a nice fat duck who had run away from a nearby farm. "Oh, good," she said. "Now I shall have duck's eggs to eat." She fed the ugly duckling some bread and water and told him he could stay if he liked. This did not please the cat or the hen at all, for they liked to think that they were master and mistress of the household. After the old woman had gone to bed, they turned on the ugly duckling. "Can you lay eggs?" clucked the hen. "No," replied the ugly duckling. "Can you arch your back and purr?" hissed the cat. "No," replied the ugly duckling. "Then what good are you?" said the cat. "Can't you do anything at all?" said the hen. "I can swim," replied the ugly duckling. Then he told them how lovely the water felt and what fun it was to dive to the bottom. "Fun?" cried the hen. "Why, it sounds horrible." "Dreadful," agreed the cat. "You had better learn to purr or lay eggs, or you won't be here much longer." Then the cat scratched the ugly duckling, and the hen pecked him, until the poor creature decided he had better leave. So the ugly duckling flew to a quiet pond in the middle of the forest. There he could swim and dive all day long, but he was careful to hide from all the other creatures, because he had grown ashamed of his ugliness. Autumn came. Leaves fell from the trees, and the wind grew sharp. The days were growing shorter, and the nights were getting colder. It would soon be winter. It was becoming harder to find food, and the ugly duckling was hungry and lonely. One cool evening, he was resting at the edge of the pond and gazing at the sunset when he saw a great flock of birds flying overhead. The birds were the most beautiful the ugly duckling had ever seen. They were white as snow, with wide, strong wings and long, graceful necks. The ugly duckling did not know it, but these were swans, flying south for the winter. Suddenly, they spread their wings and all together uttered a cry unlike anything the ugly duckling had ever heard. Then they flew on, their feathers gleaming in the last rays of the sun. The ugly duckling stared after them. Then, without realizing it, he arched his neck and called back to them, a cry so strange it frightened him. No living creature had ever made him feel that way before. How he wished he could be as lovely as those proud white birds were. But what would such royal birds say if they were to see me? He thought sadly. Soon, cruel winter came. The ugly duckling had to swim in a circle all day to keep the pond from freezing over. Each day, the circle in which he could swim grew smaller and smaller. One day, it was so cold that despite the ugly duckling's efforts, the pond completely froze. The poor ugly duckling could not swim another stroke, and he fell exhausted on the ice. The next morning, a peasant passing by saw the ugly duckling lying on the ice. Feeling sorry for him, the peasant picked up the poor little bird and carried him home. His wife put the ugly duckling next to the fire. Soon he warmed up and began to spread his wings. When the peasant's children saw this, they came running toward him, for they wanted to play with the duckling. The ugly duckling was so frightened that he beat his wings, knocking over the milk jug. Then he flew into the butter cask and then into the barrel of cornmeal. After that, the ugly duckling looked a sight. The woman screamed and chased him with a broom. The children fell over each other trying to catch him. The ugly duckling barely managed to escape through the window. The rest of that winter was lonely and difficult for the ugly duckling. Then one day, he awoke to find the warm sun shining. Green leaves were budding on the trees. Beautiful spring had come at last. Joyfully, the ugly duckling spread his wings and flew. Soon, he came to a pond. 3 proud swans were gliding across the water. When the ugly duckling saw them, he felt sadder than ever. "I will swim over to those beautiful proud birds," he thought. "I am so ugly, they will surely kill me, but it will be better to be killed by them than be bitten by ducks and pecked by hens and hated by everyone." So he swam toward them with his head down to show that he was prepared to die. It was then that the ugly duckling saw his reflection in the water. Instead of an ugly gray bird, he was now snow white with a long, graceful neck. The ugly duckling had grown into a beautiful swan. The 3 swans swam to him and stroked his neck with their beaks in welcome. Just then, some children came running up to the edge of the pond. "Look," they cried, "a new swan! Why, he is the most beautiful one of all!" The once ugly duckling shyly ruffled his feathers and thought, "When I was the ugly duckling, I never dreamed I would ever be so happy." This is the story of Puss in Boots. There was once an old miller who had 3 sons. When the miller died, he left to his sons his mill, his donkey, and his cat. As was the custom, the eldest son inherited the mill, the second son received the donkey, and the third got only the cat. Now the third son was very good-natured, and he accepted his inheritance cheerfully. Nevertheless, when he was alone, he could not help sighing. "How lucky my brothers are! With a mill and a donkey, they will be able to live comfortably. But with only a cat, I shall surely starve if I do not soon find work." To the young man's surprise, the cat, who had been listening from the corner, said, "Do not despair, my good master. I am not as useless as I look. Get me a sack and a pair of leather boots so that I may tramp around the countryside without hurting my paws. Then you shall see what I can do for you." A cat that can speak as well as that must be clever, thought the young man. So he took all the money he had and bought the cat a canvas sack and a fine pair of leather boots. The cat was delighted when he saw the boots and put them on at once. "My, how fine you look!" said the young man. laughing a little, for the cat looked so pleased with himself. "From now on, I shall call you Puss in Boots." "You may call me whatever you like," replied the cat, "but now I am off to make your fortune." Puss in Boots filled his canvas bag with carrots. Then he stalked off to a rabbit warren that was full of plump young rabbits. He opened his bag, then stretched out on the ground beside it and lay very still. Presently, some curious rabbits ran into the bag to eat the carrots. At once, Puss in Boots leaped up and tied the bag shut, with the rabbits still inside. Then, feeling very proud of his catch, he went to the palace and asked to see the king himself. The king's servants had never seen a cat wearing fine leather boots before. They were so amazed, they immediately led Puss in Boots to His Majesty's throne room. Puss in Boots bowed low to the king. "Greetings, Your Majesty," he said. "These rabbits come from my master's warren, and he has asked me to make you a present of them." "How kind," said the king. "Pray tell me, what is your master's name?" "He is the Marquis of Carabas," Puss in Boots replied grandly, though the miller's son was called no such thing. "Then kindly thank him for me," said the king, "and tell him that I am very pleased." Puss in Boots said that he would do so, and returned home. The next day, Puss in Boots filled his canvas bag with corn. Then he went to a place in the country where many wild pheasants nested. Opening the bag wide, he stretched out beside it and lay very still. Presently, a number of pheasants ran inside to eat the corn. Then Puss in Boots quickly tied the bag shut and once again went to the king. Puss in Boots bowed low before His Majesty and said, "My lord, the Marquis of Carabas has asked me to give you these pheasants as a token of his esteem." "My, how very thoughtful," said the king. "I only hope someday I can repay your master's kindness." Puss in Boots was very glad to hear this. When he had bid goodbye to the king, he rushed home to the miller's son. "Listen, master," Puss in Boots said that night. "I have a plan that will make your fortune. Tomorrow morning I will take you to a place along the river where you will go swimming. Do as I say, and I will take care of the rest." The miller's son could not understand how this would make his fortune, but he thought, "The cat certainly seems to know what he is doing." So he agreed to do as Puss in Boots had asked. Early the next morning, Puss in Boots led the miller's son to a part of the river that ran beside the king's palace. Then the miller's son went swimming, leaving his clothes on the bank. Puss in Boots hid his master's clothes under a rock. Then he shouted as loudly as he could, "Help! Help! My master, the Marquis of Carabas, is about to be drowned!" Now, as Puss in Boots knew quite well, the king walked along that part of the river every morning. Sure enough, soon the king came walking down the road with his daughter, the princess. When he heard Puss in Boots' cries, he ordered his guards to leap into the river at once and save the Marquis of Carabas. While the guards were pulling the miller's son to shore, Puss in Boots told the king that wicked robbers had set upon his master and stolen all his clothes. "How terrible!" cried the king. Then he ordered his servants to fetch one of his best suits of clothes for the unfortunate Marquis to wear. When the miller's son was dressed in royal clothes, he looked so handsome that the princess instantly fell in love with him. Puss in Boots watched how the princess smiled at the miller's son. This was just what he had hoped would happen. He took his master aside and whispered, "Tell the king and the princess that if only your carriage hadn't been stolen, you would gladly invite them to see your palace to repay them for their kindness." "What are you saying?" the miller's son cried. "I have no palace." "Do as I tell you," said Puss in Boots, "and you shall soon have the princess for a wife." Now the miller's son had fallen as much in love with the princess as she had with him, so he eagerly agreed, although he could not imagine what his cat intended to do. The king was very pleased by the invitation and quickly accepted. "My daughter and I would be overjoyed to visit your palace," the king exclaimed. "We shall go there at once in my carriage." So Puss in Boots gave the king's coachman instructions, and they prepared to set out. While the king and the princess and the miller's son waited for the carriage to be made ready, Puss in Boots ran ahead. Down the road he came upon a group of people mowing a large meadow. Puss in Boots called to them in a mournful voice, "Oh, my good people, be careful, or you will surely lose your heads today." "What do you mean?" asked one of them. "The king is coming with his guards," said Puss in Boots. "He will stop and ask you to whom this meadow belongs. You must answer, 'The Marquis of Carabas,' for if you do not, the king's soldiers will chop off your heads at once." "Never fear," replied one of the men. "We will do so without fail." Soon the king came passing by. When he saw the large meadow, he ordered the carriage to stop. "Tell me, my good people," he asked, "to whom does this meadow belong?" "Why, sir, to the Marquis of Carabas," they all replied at once. "Ah," said the king, looking very pleased, "a very fine meadow it is, too." And he ordered the carriage to move on. Meanwhile, Puss in Boots had run on ahead. Presently he came to a huge field of corn where people were busy harvesting. Puss in Boots stopped and called to them in a gloomy voice. "Oh, my good people," he cried, "please be very, very careful today. Otherwise, I fear you will surely lose your heads." "What are you saying?" they asked. "The king is coming with all his guards," replied Puss in Boots. "He will ask you to whom this field of corn belongs. You must answer, 'To the Marquis of Carabas.' If you don't, well, you can imagine what the king's men will do then." "Don't worry," said one of the workers. "We will certainly give the king the answer he wants." So when the king came by a moment later and asked the workers to whom the great cornfield belonged, they all replied at once, "Why, to the Marquis of Carabas, your Majesty." And on it went. Every time the king passed something and asked to whom it belonged, the answer was always the same. "This belongs to the Marquis of Carabas, your Majesty." Meanwhile, Puss in Boots kept going until he came to an enormous stone castle. This castle belonged to a wicked ogre. The ogre was very rich, and the actual owner of all the fields the king's carriage had passed. Puss in Boots knocked on the door. When the ogre's servants answered, Puss in Boots asked to be taken to see their master at once. The servants had never seen a cat wearing boots before, so they led him straight to the ogre's room. Puss in Boots bowed low. "I have come to pay my respects," he said, "for I have heard that you are a very remarkable person." "So I am," said the ogre. I have even been told," Puss in Boots went on, "that you can turn yourself into any creature in the world, even a proud lion. However, I do not believe how this can possibly be true." "Don't you?" cried the ogre, most insulted. Then, to prove his powers, he turned himself into a great roaring lion. "How remarkable!" said Puss in Boots, taking a step backward, for he was rather afraid of lions. "You truly amaze me! I have also been told that you can turn yourself into a tiny mouse, but I'm sure that is quite impossible." "Impossible?" roared the ogre. "Just watch!" Then, quick as a wink, he turned himself into a little gray mouse and scampered across the floor. Puss in Boots wasted no time. He quickly pounced on the tiny mouse and ate him up. Just then the king's carriage drew up to the palace gates. Puss in Boots dusted himself off and ran outside to meet them. As the king and the princess stepped down from the carriage, Puss in Boots hailed them. "Welcome, your majesty, to the home of my lord and master, the Marquis of Carabas." The miller's son was very surprised, but he quickly recovered himself and showed his guests inside. All the servants clapped and cheered. "Long live the Marquis of Carabas!" The wicked ogre had treated them very badly, and they were happy to have a new master. The king was quite impressed with the palace, and thought to himself that the Marquis of Carabas must be a wealthy, powerful man. So he offered his daughter's hand in marriage to the happy miller's son. The beautiful princess and the Marquis of Carabas were married that day, and a splendid wedding it was. The two of them lived together very happily for many long years. As for Puss in Boots, his master made him a lord, and he never had to chase mice again, unless he chose to, of course. This is the story of the Velveteen Rabbit. There was once a Velveteen Rabbit, and in the beginning he was really splendid. He was fat and bunchy as a rabbit should be. His coat was spotted brown and white. He had real thread whiskers, and his ears were lined with pink sateen. On Christmas morning, when he sat wedged in the top of the boy's stocking, with a sprig of holly between his paws, the effect was charming. There were other things in the stocking, nuts and oranges and a toy engine, and chocolate almonds and a clockwork mouse. But the rabbit was quite the best of all. For at least 2 hours the boy loved him, and then aunts and uncles came to dinner, and there was a great rustling of tissue paper and unwrapping of parcels, and in the excitement of looking at all the new presents, the Velveteen Rabbit was forgotten. For a long time he lived in the toy cupboard or on the nursery floor, and no one thought very much about him. He was naturally shy, and being only made of velveteen, some of the more expensive toys quite snubbed him. The mechanical toys were very superior and looked down upon everyone else. They were full of modern ideas and pretended they were real. The model boat, who had lived through 2 seasons and lost most of his paint, caught the tone from them and never missed an opportunity of referring to his rigging in technical terms. The rabbit could not claim to be a model of anything, for he didn't know that real rabbits existed. He thought they were all stuffed with sawdust like himself, and he understood that sawdust was quite out of date, and should never be mentioned in modern circles. Even Timothy, the jointed wooden lion, who was made by the disabled soldiers and should have had broader views, put on airs and pretended he was connected with government. Between them all, the poor little rabbit was made to feel himself very insignificant and commonplace, and the only person who was kind to him at all was the Skin Horse. The Skin Horse had lived longer in the nursery than any of the others. He was so old that his brown coat was bald in patches and showed the seams underneath, and most of the hairs in his tail had been pulled out to string bead necklaces. He was wise, for he had seen a long succession of mechanical toys arrive to boast and swagger, and by break their mainsprings and pass away, and he knew that they were only toys and would never turn into anything else. For nursery magic is very strange and wonderful, and only those playthings that are old and wise and experienced, like the Skin Horse, understand all about it. "What is real?" asked the rabbit one day when they were lying side by side near the nursery fender before Nana came to tidy the room. "Does it mean having things that buzz inside you and a stick-out handle?" "Real isn't how you are made," said the Skin Horse. "It's a thing that happens to you. When a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real." "Does it hurt?" asked the rabbit. "Sometimes," said the Skin Horse, for he was always truthful. "When you are real, you don't mind being hurt." "Does it happen all at once, like being wound up?" he asked, "or bit by bit?" "It doesn't happen all at once," said the Skin Horse. "You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't often happen to people who break easily or have sharp edges or who have to be carefully kept. Generally, by the time you are real, most of your hair has been loved off, and your eyes drop out, and you get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to people who don't understand." "I suppose you are real?" said the rabbit. And then he wished he had not said it, for he thought the Skin Horse might be sensitive. But the Skin Horse only smiled. "The boy's uncle made me real," he said. "That was a great many years ago. But once you are real, you can't become unreal again. It lasts for always." The rabbit sighed. He thought it would be a long time before this magic called real happened to him. He longed to become real, to know what it felt like. And yet the idea of growing shabby and losing his eyes and whiskers was rather sad. He wished that he could become it without these uncomfortable things happening to him. There was a person called Nana who ruled the nursery. Sometimes she took no notice of the playthings lying about, and sometimes, for no reason whatever, she went swooping about like a great wind and hustled them away in cupboards. She called this tidying up, and the playthings all hated it, especially the tin ones. The rabbit didn't mind it so much, for wherever he was thrown, he came down soft. One evening, when the boy was going to bed, he couldn't find the china dog that always slept with him. Nana was in a hurry, and it was too much trouble to hunt for china dogs at bedtime, so she simply looked about her, and seeing that the toy cupboard door stood open, she made a swoop. "Here," she said, "take your old bunny. He'll do to sleep with you." Then she dragged the rabbit out by one ear and put him into the boy's arms. That night, and for many nights after, the Velveteen Rabbit slept in the boy's bed. At first, he found it rather uncomfortable, for the boy hugged him very tight, and sometimes he rolled over on him, and sometimes he pushed him so far under the pillow that the rabbit could scarcely breathe. And he missed, too, those long moonlight hours in the nursery, when all the house was silent, and his talks with the Skin Horse. But very soon he grew to like it, for the boy used to talk to him, and made nice tunnels for him under the bedclothes that he said were like the burrows the real rabbits lived in. And they had splendid games together, in whispers, when Nana had gone away to her supper and left the nightlight burning on the mantelpiece. And when the boy dropped off to sleep, the rabbit would snuggle down close under his little warm chin and dream, with the boy's hands clasped close around him all night long. And so time went on, and the little rabbit was very happy. So happy that he never noticed how his beautiful velveteen fur was getting shabbier and shabbier, and his tail coming unsewn, and all the pink rubbed off his nose where the boy had kissed him. Spring came, and they had long days in the garden, for wherever the boy went, the rabbit went too. He had rides in the wheelbarrow, and picnics on the grass, and lovely fairy huts built for him under the raspberry canes behind the flower border. And once, when the boy was called away suddenly to go out to tea, the rabbit was left on the lawn until long after dusk, and Nana had to come and look for him with the candle, because the boy couldn't go to sleep unless he was there. He was wet through with dew, and quite earthy from diving into the burrow the boy had made for him in the flower bed, and Nana grumbled as she rubbed him off with the corner of her apron. "You must have your old bunny," she said. "Fancy all that fuss for a toy." The boy sat up in bed and stretched out his hands. "Give me my bunny," he said. "You mustn't say that. He isn't a toy. He's real." When the little rabbit heard that, he was happy, for he knew that what the Skin Horse had said was true at last. The nursery magic had happened to him, and he was a toy no longer. He was real. The boy himself had said it. That night he was almost too happy to sleep, and so much love stirred in his little sawdust heart that it almost burst. And into his boot-button eyes, that had long ago lost their polish, there came a look of wisdom and beauty, so that even Nana noticed it next morning when she picked him up and said, "I declare if that old bunny hasn't got quite a knowing expression." That was a wonderful summer. Near the house where they lived, there was a wood, and in the long June evenings, the boy liked to go there after tea to play. He took the Velveteen Rabbit with him, and before he wandered off to pick flowers or play at brigands among the trees, he always made the rabbit a little nest somewhere among the bracken, where he would be quite cozy, for he was a kind-hearted little boy, and he liked Bunny to be comfortable. One evening, while the rabbit was lying there alone, watching the ants that ran to and fro between his velvet paws in the grass, he saw two strange beings creep out of the tall bracken near him. They were rabbits like himself, but quite furry and brand new. They must have been very well made, for their seams didn't show at all, and they changed shape in a queer way when they moved. One minute they were long and thin, and the next minute fat and bunchy, instead of always staying the same like he did. Their feet patted softly on the ground, and they crept quite close to him, twitching their noses, while the rabbit stared hard to see which side the clockwork stuck out, for he knew that people who jump generally have something to wind them up. But he couldn't see it. They were evidently a new kind of rabbit altogether. They stared at him, and the little rabbit stared back, and all the time their noses twitched. "Why don't you get up and play with us?" one of them asked. "I don't feel like it," said the rabbit, for he didn't want to explain that he had no clockwork. "Huh!" said the furry rabbit. "It's as easy as anything." And he gave a big hop sideways and stood on his hind legs. "I don't believe you can," he said. "I can," said the little rabbit. "I can jump higher than anything." He meant when the boy threw him, but of course he didn't want to say so. "Can you hop on your hind legs?" asked the furry rabbit. That was a dreadful question, for the Velveteen Rabbit had no hind legs at all. The back of him was made all in one piece, like a pin cushion. He sat still in the bracken and hoped that the other rabbits wouldn't notice. "I don't want to," he said again. But the wild rabbits have very sharp eyes, and this one stretched out his neck and looked. "He hasn't got any hind legs," he called out. "Fancy a rabbit without any hind legs!" And he began to laugh. "I have!" cried the little rabbit. "I have got hind legs. I'm sitting on them." "Then stretch them out and show me like this," said the wild rabbit. And he began to whirl round and dance till the little rabbit got quite dizzy. "I don't like dancing," he said. "I'd rather sit still." But all the while he was longing to dance, for a funny new tickly feeling ran through him, and he felt he would give anything in the world to be able to jump about like these rabbits did. The strange rabbit stopped dancing and came quite close. He came so close this time that his long whiskers brushed the Velveteen Rabbit's ear. And then he wrinkled his nose suddenly and flattened his ears and jumped backwards. "He doesn't smell right," he exclaimed. "He isn't a rabbit at all. He isn't real." "I am real," said the little rabbit. "I am real. The boy said so." And he nearly began to cry. Just then there was a sound of footsteps, and the boy ran past near them, and with a stamp of feet and a flash of white tails, the two strange rabbits disappeared. "Come back and play with me," called the little rabbit. "Oh, do come back. I know I am real." But there was no answer. Only the little ants ran to and fro, and the bracken swayed gently where the two strangers had passed. The Velveteen Rabbit was all alone. "Oh dear," he thought. "Why did they run away like that? Why couldn't they stop and talk to me?" For a long time he lay very still, watching the bracken and hoping that they would come back. But they never returned. And presently the sun sank lower, and the little white moths fluttered out, and the boy came and carried him home. Weeks passed, and the little rabbit grew very old and shabby, but the boy loved him just as much. He loved him so hard that he loved all his whiskers off, and the pink lining to his ears turned gray, and his brown spots faded. He even began to lose his shape, and he scarcely looked like a rabbit anymore, except to the boy. To him, he was always beautiful, and that was all that the little rabbit cared about. He didn't mind how he looked to other people, because the nursery magic had made him real, and when you are real, shabbiness doesn't matter. And then, one day, the boy was ill. His face grew very flushed, and he talked in his sleep, and the little body was so hot that it burned the rabbit when he held him close. Strange people came and went in the nursery, and a light burned all night. And through it all, the little Velveteen Rabbit lay there, hidden from sight under the bedclothes. And he never stirred, for he was afraid that if they found him, someone might take him away, and he knew that the boy needed him. It was a long, weary time, for the boy was too ill to play, and the little rabbit found it rather dull with nothing to do all day long. But he snuggled down patiently and looked forward to the time when the boy should be well again, and they would go out in the garden among the flowers and the butterflies and play splendid games in the raspberry thicket like they used to. All sorts of delightful things he planned, and while the boy lay half asleep, he crept up close to the pillow and whispered them in his ear. And presently the fever turned, and the boy got better. He was able to sit up in bed and look at picture books while the little rabbit cuddled close at his side. And one day they let him get up and dress. It was a bright, sunny morning, and the windows stood wide open. They had carried the boy out onto the balcony, wrapped in a shawl, and the little rabbit lay tangled up among the bedclothes, thinking. The boy was going to the seaside tomorrow. Everything was arranged, and now it only remained to carry out the doctor's orders. They talked about it all while the little rabbit lay under the bedclothes, with just his head peeping out, and listened. The room was to be disinfected, and all the books and toys that the boy had played with in bed must be burnt. "Hurrah!" thought the little rabbit. "Tomorrow we shall go to the seaside." For the boy had often talked of the seaside, and he wanted very much to see the big waves coming in, and the tiny crabs, and the sand castles. Just then, Nana caught sight of him. "How about this old bunny?" she asked. "That?" said the doctor. "Why, it's a mass of scarlet fever germs. Burn it at once." "What? Nonsense! Get him a new one. He mustn't have that any more." And so the little rabbit was put into a sack with the old picture books and a lot of rubbish, and carried out to the end of the garden behind the fowl house. That was a fine place to make a bonfire, only the gardener was too busy just then to attend to it. He had the potatoes to dig and the green peas to gather, but next morning he promised to come quite early and burn the whole lot. That night, the boy slept in a different bedroom, and he had a new bunny to sleep with him. It was a splendid bunny, all white plush with real glass eyes. But the boy was too excited to care very much about it, for tomorrow he was going to the seaside, and that in itself was such a wonderful thing that he could think of nothing else. And while the boy was asleep, dreaming of the seaside, the little rabbit lay among the old picture books in the corner behind the fowl house, and he felt very lonely. The sack had been left untied, and so by wriggling a bit, he was able to get his head through the opening and look out. He was shivering a little, for he had always been used to sleeping in a proper bed, and by this time his coat had worn so thin and threadbare from hugging that it was no longer any protection to him. Nearby, he could see the thicket of raspberry canes growing tall and close like a tropical jungle, in whose shadow he had played with the boy on bygone mornings. He thought of those long sunlit hours in the garden, how happy they were, and a great sadness came over him. He seemed to see them all pass before him, each more beautiful than the other. The fairy huts in the flower bed, the quiet evenings in the wood when he lay in the bracken and the little ants ran over his paws. The wonderful day when he first knew that he was real. He thought of the skin horse, so wise and gentle, and all that he had told him. Of what use was it to be loved and lose one's beauty and become real, if it all ended like this? And a tear, a real tear, trickled down his little shabby velvet nose and fell to the ground. And then a strange thing happened, for where the tear had fallen, a flower grew out of the ground, a mysterious flower, not at all like any that grew in the garden. It had slender green leaves the color of emeralds, and in the center of the leaves a blossom like a golden cup. It was so beautiful that the little rabbit forgot to cry and just lay there watching it. And presently the blossom opened, and out of it there stepped a fairy. She was quite the loveliest fairy in the whole world. Her dress was of pearl and dewdrops, and there were flowers round her neck and in her hair, and her face was like the most perfect flower of all. And she came close to the little rabbit and gathered him up in her arms and kissed him on his velvet nose that was all damp from crying. "Little rabbit," she said, "don't you know who I am?" The little rabbit looked up at her, and it seemed to him that he had seen her face before, but he couldn't think where. "I am the nursery magic fairy," she said. "I take care of all the playthings that the children have loved. When they are old and worn out and the children don't need them anymore, then I come and take them away with me and turn them into real." "Wasn't I real before?" asked the little rabbit. "You were real to the boy," the fairy said, "because he loved you. Now you shall be real to everyone." And she held the little rabbit close in her arms and flew with him into the wood. It was light now, for the moon had risen. All the forest was beautiful, and the fronds of the bracken shone like frosted silver. In the open glade, between the tree trunks, the wild rabbits danced with their shadows on the velvet grass. But when they saw the fairy, they all stopped dancing and stood round in a ring to stare at her. "I've brought you a new playfellow," the fairy said. "You must be very kind to him and teach him all he needs to know in Rabbit Land, for he is going to live with you forever and ever." And she kissed the little rabbit again and put him down on the grass. "Run and play, little rabbit," she said. But the little rabbit sat quite still for a moment and never moved. For when he saw all the wild rabbits dancing around him, he suddenly remembered about his hind legs, and he didn't want them to see that he was made all in one piece. He didn't know that when the fairy kissed him that last time, she had changed him altogether. And he might have sat there a long time, too shy to move, if just then something hadn't tickled his nose. And before he thought what he was doing, he lifted his hind toe to scratch it. And he found that he actually had hind legs. Instead of dingy velveteen, he had brown fur, soft and shiny. His ears twitched by themselves, and his whiskers were so long that they brushed the grass. He gave one leap, and the joy of using those hind legs was so great that he went springing about the turf on them, jumping sideways and whirling round as the others did. And he grew so excited that when at last he did stop to look for the fairy, she had gone. He was a real rabbit at last, at home with the other rabbits. Autumn passed, and winter, and in the spring, when the days grew warm and sunny, the boy went out to play in the wood behind the house. And while he was playing, 2 rabbits crept out from the bracken and peeped at him. One of them was brown all over, but the other had strange markings under his fur, as though long ago he had been spotted, and the spots still showed through. And about his little soft nose and his round black eyes, there was something familiar, so that the boy thought to himself, "Why, he looks just like my old bunny that was lost when I had scarlet fever." But he never knew that it really was his own bunny, come back to look at the child who had first helped him to be real. This is the story of Peter and the Wolf. Long ago in Russia, there lived a boy named Peter. Peter lived with his grandfather in a wooden house with a little garden beside it. Surrounding the house and garden was a high stone wall. On the other side of the wall was a wide green meadow, and beyond that was a great forest. Peter longed more than anything to play in the meadow and explore the forest. Now Peter's grandfather had told him many times that he was never to go beyond the high stone wall and into the meadow. "Why not, Grandpapa?" Peter had asked. "Because," replied his grandfather, "if you go out into the meadow, a fierce wolf might come out of the forest. And what would you do then?" Peter didn't answer, but to himself he thought, "If a wolf came out of the forest, I would catch him." One morning, Peter woke up very early. When he looked outside, he saw the sun rising. A little bird was singing in the birch tree outside his window. The bird was Peter's friend, and she chirped to him, "What a beautiful day it is!" It was a beautiful day indeed. Peter pulled on his clothes and tiptoed downstairs. Then he raced into the garden. The little bird flew down and perched on his shoulder. "How nice the meadow looks," she sang. Peter peered through the gate. The tall green grass was waving in the breeze. The pond in the meadow was blue and sparkling. It was a perfect day to go exploring. Peter looked over his shoulder at the house. It was dark and quiet. Grandpapa must still be sleeping, Peter thought. Then Peter opened the gate and stepped into the green meadow. In his haste, Peter neglected to shut the gate, and the duck followed after him. "I shall have a lovely swim in the pond," she quacked happily. She waddled to the edge of the pond and slid into the water. The little bird watched her curiously. Then she flew from Peter's shoulder to the pond. "Who are you?" she chirped at the duck. "What kind of bird are you if you can't fly?" "Indeed," replied the duck crossly. "Well, what kind of bird are you if you can't swim?" Then the little bird and the duck began to argue. The duck swam in circles around the pond, quacking and ruffling her tail feathers. Meanwhile, the little bird hopped up and down on the bank, chattering excitedly. Peter laughed and laughed until he saw something slinking through the tall green grass. It was the cat. Closer and closer she came, creeping along on her silent, velvety paws. "Those silly birds are too busy fighting to see me coming," she thought. "If I am quick and quiet, I shall catch the little one for my breakfast." Just then, Peter shouted to his friend the little bird, "Look out! Look out!" In the nick of time, the little bird saw the cat and flew to the top of a tall tree. The cat circled the bottom of the tree, staring up at the little bird. "Should I climb up there?" the cat wondered. But then she thought, "By the time I get all the way up, the little bird will have flown away." Peter was watching all this very closely when a voice behind him shouted, "Peter, what are you doing out there?" It was Grandfather. Peter hung his head. "I told you not to go into the meadow," Grandfather said, shaking his finger at Peter. "What if a fierce wolf came out of the forest? What would you do then?" Peter's grandfather led him back into the garden and locked the gate. "I have to go to town to do some errands," Grandfather said. "So stay here like a good boy." Then Grandfather went away, leaving Peter alone in the garden. Peter sat down in front of the house and sighed. "Don't be sad, Peter," sang his friend the little bird. "But it isn't fair," said Peter. "If a wolf came, I'd catch him. I know I could." Just as Peter said that, a big gray wolf came slinking out of the forest. At the sight of the wolf, the cat meowed and went racing up the tall tree. The little bird hopped to the end of a long branch to get as far away from the cat as possible. "Help! Help!" quacked the duck, who was still swimming in the pond. She was so afraid that she flapped out of the water and went running toward the house. "Oh, no!" cried Peter, for the wolf had spotted the duck and was chasing her. The duck ran as fast as she could, but she wasn't fast enough to get away from the fierce gray wolf. Soon he caught up with her. He opened his jaws wide, then he swallowed the duck in a single bite. After that, the wolf trotted over to the tall tree. He prowled around it, staring hungrily at the cat and the little bird. "Oh, no," thought Peter. "I must somehow stop that wolf." So Peter ran into the house and returned with a length of rope. Slinging the rope over his shoulder, he climbed the high stone wall. One of the branches of the tall tree reached over the wall, and Peter scrambled across it to the tree. The little bird immediately flew to Peter and perched on his shoulder. The frightened cat scampered to him too and climbed into his arms. Now the little bird was very uneasy about the cat being so close. "Please," Peter said, "won't you both try to be friends?" So the cat apologized to the bird and promised never to chase him again. The three of them stared down at the wolf. "But what shall we do now?" said the little bird. "I have a plan," said Peter. Peter whispered into the little bird's ear. "Quick, fly down to the wolf and circle his head, but be careful that he doesn't catch you. The cat and I will take care of the rest." So the little bird flew down to the wolf. She flew all around his head, flitting this way and that. The wolf snapped furiously at her, snap, snap. But the little bird was too quick for him, and he couldn't catch her. Meanwhile, Peter made the rope into a lasso, which he gave to the cat. She took it in her mouth, and while Peter looped the loose end around the tree branch, she crept down the tree with it, closer and closer to the wolf. The wolf was too busy trying to catch the little bird to notice Peter and the cat. Soon the cat was close enough to slip the lasso over the wolf's tail. Then Peter pulled on the rope as hard as he could. How the wolf struggled to free himself! Every time the wolf jumped, Peter pulled the rope and raised the wolf higher into the air. Just then, some hunters came along. They had been following the wolf's trail, and when they saw him, they began firing their guns. "Please don't shoot!" cried Peter. "My friends and I have already caught the wolf. Now we would like to take him to the zoo. Will you help us?" "Certainly," said the hunters, who were very surprised that such a small boy as Peter had managed to catch a wolf. So they cut the wolf down from the tree, tied his feet to a pole, and set off to town. What a procession it was! Peter was at the head, with the little bird perched on his shoulder and the cat strutting beside him. Then came the hunters, carrying the wolf. Peter's grandfather met them and joined the procession too. "Humph," said Grandfather as he went. "So Peter caught a wolf. But what if the wolf had caught him? What then?" "See how clever we are," the cat said to Peter. "Yes," chirped the bird. "See what Peter and I caught? How clever we are." "Don't forget that I helped too," sniffed the cat. And if you listened very carefully, you could hear the duck in the wolf's stomach. As the wolf swung back and forth on the pole, she quacked, "Let me out! Let me out!" Finally, one of the hunters slapped the wolf on the back, and out she popped, to the joy of Peter and his friends. Then the duck ruffled her tail feathers and quacked loudly, "Hooray for Peter, who caught the wolf!" "Hooray!" meowed the cat. "Hooray!" chirped the little bird. "Hooray!" said the hunters, and even Grandfather too. "Hooray!" said Peter. "I knew I could catch a wolf." This is the story of Sleeping Beauty. Once upon a time, there lived a king and queen who longed to have a child. After many years, their wish came true, and the queen gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. The king was beside himself with joy, and he planned a splendid feast in honor of his newborn daughter. He invited all his relatives and all the great lords and ladies of the kingdom. The king also invited the magic fairies who lived in the kingdom. He hoped they would give his child their blessing. Now there were 13 fairies in the kingdom, but only 12 received invitations to the feast. Somehow the king forgot to send an invitation to the 13th. The 12 fairies came to the great celebration, and each presented her magical gift to the king's daughter. The first fairy gave the child beauty, the second, a kind heart, the third, a quick wit, the fourth, charm. And on it went until the king's daughter had received every delightful talent and trait. But after the 11th fairy had given her gift, the 13th fairy stormed into the hall. She was furious that she had not been invited to the feast. Without a word of greeting, she turned to the king and shouted in a harsh voice, "I, too, have come to give the princess a gift. On her 15th birthday, your daughter will prick herself on a spindle and fall dead." And at that, the 13th fairy turned and strode out of the palace. The queen began to cry, and the king turned pale. But then the 12th fairy stepped forward. "I have not given the princess my gift yet," the 12th fairy said, "and while I cannot undo the curse, I can soften it. Your daughter will not die when she pricks her finger. Instead, she will fall into a deep sleep that will last for 100 years." The king, who wished to save his beloved daughter from this fate, immediately ordered all the spinning wheels and spindles in the kingdom to be burned at once. Years passed, and the little princess grew. As the fairies had promised, she was beautiful and kind and clever, and each year she grew more charming and lovely. Everyone who knew her loved her, and she passed her days happily in the kingdom. On the day of the princess's 15th birthday, her parents' presence was requested by a neighboring king, so they left the princess behind in the castle. "Now you must behave yourself while we are gone," her mother told her. "Of course," the princess promised. But the princess had never been without her parents before, and she was delighted. "I will be able to wander about the castle as I please," she thought, "and look at everything." All that day the princess amused herself exploring the castle. She followed every unused corridor she could find and peered into forgotten, dusty rooms. At last, she found herself at the foot of a small, winding staircase. She climbed the stairs until she came to an old wooden door with a rusty key in the lock. The princess turned the key and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, a very, very old woman sat before a spinning wheel. The princess had never seen a spinning wheel and was very curious about it. The old woman was busily spinning thread onto the spindle. The wheel whirred around so merrily that the princess could not help exclaiming, "How wonderful! What is this, grandmother? What are you doing?" "Ah," the old woman replied, "this is a spinning wheel, and this is a spindle, and I am spinning thread." The princess watched in admiration as the spindle filled with bright thread. "May I please try?" she asked. Then she reached for the twirling spindle, and in her eagerness, she pricked her finger. "Oh!" she cried, letting go of the spindle. She suddenly felt very sleepy, and for a moment she was sure the old woman was laughing at her. "Oh, dear me, grandmother," the princess cried. "I feel so strange. Let me lie down on that bed in the corner." Within moments, she had fallen into a deep, deep sleep. This sleep seemed to creep softly and silently through the castle, like a quiet mist. The king and queen, who had just returned, began to yawn. Then, slowly closing their eyes, they too slept. The same thing happened to their courtiers and footmen and ladies-in-waiting until the whole court had fallen asleep where they stood. The guards at the palace gate let their swords slide from their hands as they slipped into a deep sleep. The palace dogs and cats curled up and closed their eyes. The horses slumbered in their stables. The birds on the rooftop stopped chirping and tucked their heads under their wings. Even the flies stopped buzzing and lay still. In the kitchen, the cook fell asleep just as she was reaching out to box the scullery boy's ears. He fell asleep too. So did the kitchen maid, who was sitting at the fire, basting some chickens on a spit. Even the fire in the hearth stopped its crackling and died away. The wind outside stopped blowing. Soon the entire castle was quiet and covered with a blanket of sleep. Then thick, thorny vines sprang up around the castle. They grew and grew, higher and higher each day, until nothing could be seen of the castle anymore, not its golden gates, or its high stone walls, or the tops of its golden towers, or even the bright flags that flew from them. Finally, the castle was completely covered by a thick screen of thorns. Across the land, people spoke in whispers of the castle, hidden behind the thorns. They whispered of the princess who lay inside the palace in a deep enchanted sleep, and they called her the Sleeping Beauty. Soon, princes from far and wide came to the castle. They longed to see Sleeping Beauty with their own eyes and tried to break through the thick, thorny vines. And while all these princes were brave and strong, none of them was able to reach the enchanted castle. Whenever they tried to hack through the thicket, the vines clung together so tightly that no sword could cut through them. Many a brave prince became trapped in the thorns and died. Many years passed. One day, a handsome young prince came riding through the country near the kingdom. He happened to hear an old man telling the story of the enchanted castle hidden behind the thorns. When the old man spoke of Sleeping Beauty, the prince felt a great longing to see her. "Where is this castle?" he asked the old man. "Please tell me how I might find it." The old man begged him not to go there. "I can see that you are brave," he told the prince, "but many a king's son as brave and fair as you has died trying to glimpse the Sleeping Beauty." Then he told the prince how the great thorny vines closed so tightly around all who tried to pass that they could not escape. "I am not afraid," the prince replied. "I must see Sleeping Beauty." So the old man sighed and told him the way to the castle. When the prince found the castle, the 100 years were just ending. The day had come when Sleeping Beauty was to awaken. As the prince approached the thicket, beautiful roses suddenly bloomed on its branches. Then the branches parted to let him pass. The prince rode through the castle gates, across the sleeping courtyard, and up to the palace. Leaving his horse, he walked through the throne room and past the sleeping king and queen. In every hall and room he entered. Not one living thing stirred. The castle was so quiet that the beating of the prince's heart sounded as loud to him as the beating of a drum. At last, he came to a small spiral staircase. Upon climbing it, he found a small wooden door. He pushed the door open and gasped. There lay Sleeping Beauty. She lay on the bed as fast asleep as she had been for 100 years. She was so beautiful that the prince could not help bending over to kiss her. At his kiss, Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes. The prince smiled at her. She gazed deep into his eyes. It seemed to her that somehow she already knew him, for he was the one she had been waiting for all these years. Then the prince took her hand, and together they went down into the castle. As they walked, the castle sprang to life again. The horses in the courtyard neighed, the dogs barked, the cats purred, and the birds ruffled their feathers and chirped. The guards sprang to their feet and picked up their swords, and in the kitchen, the cook boxed the scullery boy's ears. The kitchen maid started turning the chickens on the spit, while the fire crackled to life. The king and queen opened their eyes and looked around in surprise, as did their courtiers and footmen and ladies-in-waiting. The prince asked Sleeping Beauty to be his wife, and she said yes. Their wedding was celebrated that very day, and a more joyous wedding has never been seen. And ever after that, the Sleeping Beauty and her prince lived very happily. This is the story of the 3 Billy Goats Gruff. Once upon a time, there were 3 billy goats. The name of these 3 goats was Gruff, So they were known as the Three Billy Goats Gruff. The Three Billy Goats Gruff lived in a rocky field at the bottom of a grassy hill. The grass in this field was brown and tough, and the Three Billy Goats Gruff were always hungry. The Three Billy Goats Gruff wished they could go up the hill to where the grass was green and tender.
If we could only do that, they said, then we would all become fat and be very happy.
However, to get up the hill, the Three Billy Goats Gruff had to cross a bridge that went over a rushing stream. Under this bridge, there lived a big, ugly troll who liked nothing better than to eat billy goats and anything else that crossed his path. So the Three Billy Goats Gruff stayed where they were. But every day they looked up at that hillside and sighed, for they so longed to go there and enjoy the tender grass. One day, the youngest Billy Goat Gruff turned to his brothers and said,
I can't bear trying to chew this tough brown grass anymore. I'm going to go up the hillside to where the grass is green and sweet. But what about the troll? Exclaimed the other two. He will surely eat you up. Perhaps he will, the youngest Billy Goat Gruff replied. But if I stay in this field, I will surely starve anyway. I'm going to cross that bridge. But you are the smallest of us all, said the other Billy Goat Gruff. The troll will be able to eat you with no trouble. We shall see about that, said the youngest Billy Goat Gruff.
So off the youngest Billy Goat Gruff went. When he reached the bridge where the troll lived, he started across it as fast as he could. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap went his tiny little hooves. The big, ugly troll heard something overhead, and just as the youngest Billy Goat Gruff reached the center of the bridge, the troll called out in his big voice, "Who's that crossing my bridge?" "It's only me," replied the youngest Billy Goat Gruff in his tiny little voice. "Is that so?" roared the troll. "Well, I am going to eat you up." The youngest Billy Goat Gruff was very frightened, but he replied bravely, "Oh, please don't do that. I am so small and thin, I would hardly be enough for a snack for such a big creature as you." "You'll do fine," the troll said. "No!" cried the youngest Billy Goat Gruff. "Wait until my brother, the second Billy Goat Gruff, comes along. He is much bigger and fatter than I. He will make you a much better supper." The troll was quite hungry, so he agreed to wait. The youngest Billy Goat Gruff continued on his way, tip-tap, 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 up the hillside to where the grass grew green and thick. There, the youngest Billy Goat Gruff ate to his heart's content, and he began to grow fat. After a while, the second Billy Goat Gruff decided he would try his luck. So off he went toward the bridge where the troll lived. When he reached the bridge, he started across it as fast as he could. Trip-trap, trip-trap, trip-trap went his middle-sized hooves. The troll heard him and cried in his big voice, "Who's that crossing my bridge?" "It's only me," replied the second Billy Goat Gruff in his middle-sized voice. "Is that so?" said the troll. "Well, I am going to eat you up." The second Billy Goat Gruff was very frightened, but he replied bravely, "Oh, no, don't do that. I'm not nearly big and fat enough to satisfy such a big fellow like you. Wait until my brother, the third billy goat Gruff, comes along. He's much bigger than I, and I'm sure that he will fill you up." The troll, who was very hungry by now, agreed to wait once more. So the second billy goat Gruff continued across the bridge. Trip-trap, trip-trap, trip-trap. And soon he joined his younger brother on the hillside where the grass grew green and sweet. The second billy goat Gruff ate and ate, and before long he was even fatter than his brother. Now the third billy goat Gruff found himself all alone in the dry brown field. He decided to try his luck too. So off went the third billy goat Gruff toward the bridge where the troll lived. When the third billy goat Gruff reached the bridge, he started across it as fast as he could. Tramp, tramp, tramp went his big hooves. The big ugly troll heard him, and he cried out in his great big voice, "Who's that crossing my bridge?" Then the troll poked his head up over the bridge to take a look. When the third billy goat Gruff saw him, he thought, "Why, that troll's not so big." And he replied in his biggest voice, "It's only me." "Is that so?" roared the troll. "Well, I'm going to eat you." "Let's see you try it," replied the third billy goat Gruff. And then he shouted, "I've got 2 big sharp horns that will make you sore, and 2 big pronged hooves that will break your bones, and lots of big sharp teeth that will bite you all over." Now the troll was so hungry by this time that when he heard what the third billy goat said, he got mad. He jumped up onto the bridge and ran straight toward the third billy goat Gruff, shouting, "I'm going to eat you up right now." So the third billy goat Gruff butted the ugly troll with his big sharp horns. Then he kicked the troll with his big pronged hooves. Then he bit him all over with his big sharp teeth. At last the troll begged him to stop. "I promise I won't eat you," he said. "Please let me go." But the third billy goat Gruff kept on butting and kicking and biting him until, at last, the big ugly troll jumped off the bridge and was swept away by the rushing stream. Then the third billy goat Gruff continued on his way. Tramp, tramp, tramp. And soon he reached the hillside where the grass grew thick and green. There he joined his brothers, and he ate and ate the tender grass and became very, very fat, which made him very, very happy. So the 3 billy goats Gruff lived on the green hillside, and they all grew fatter and fatter. And for all I know, they still live there today. As for the big ugly troll, no one ever saw or heard of him again.